Previous chapter, Luo Feng claims the supreme secret technique from Jie Fanzi, the origin of water and fire. After 8 million years of intense cultivation, thousands of peak treasures and Purple Moon Holy Land Universe Lords captured, the Galaxy Lord is unstoppable. This is the biggest power-up yet. A humanoid figure of unimaginable proportions, more than 100 million light-years tall, cuts through the void at a speed that defies all logic of the universe. Its divine body shines with a dazzling light, leaving behind a trail that seems to tear through the very fabric of reality. Every movement is like the displacement of an entire small universe, yet filled with a living, conscious, and unstoppable force. In the distance, the monster beast ancestor watches, his ancient heart beating with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and ravenous excitement. One of the most powerful beings of his race, he tries to focus his divine vision on that blinding light. What he sees leaves him frozen for long moments. A humanoid creature? A giant larger than even small universes? That was impossible. The strongest beings in the universe, even with their most refined divine bodies, struggle to reach mere light years in height. The larger the body, the greater the consumption of divine power, the slower the movement. Maintaining such an absurd speed, comparable to continuous teleportation, while moving like a cosmic titan, no known being could do such a thing. The monster beast ancestor feels a chill run through his very essence. If that truly were a living creature, a single glance from it could obliterate him. It cannot be a powerful person. It must be some ancient relic, a colossal spacecraft, something inanimate disguised in a humanoid form, he repeats to himself, seeking comfort in that explanation. After all, cosmic boats appeared long after the formation of the universe. Another existence on the level of a cosmic boat? His fighting spirit ignites. He will not let this opportunity escape. Whatever it is, he will be the first to claim it. With fierce determination, the monster beast ancestor begins his pursuit. Teleport after teleport, he crosses absurd distances, repeatedly positioning himself ahead of that living mountain of power. The giant continues its undisturbed flight, completely ignoring the tiny presence trying to interfere. The ancestor activates a treasure similar to an infinite domain. A faint black light spreads across the region. He concentrates almost 90% of the domain's power into a massive diffuse tail that slices through space like a primordial whip. Pang! The colossal tail crashes sideways into the giant. The impact is violent, yet the divine body of the humanoid figure barely registers the disturbance. The tail dissolves into scattered energy. The giant does not alter its course by even the slightest fraction. The monster beast ancestor is surprised. He had expected at least a slight change in direction. Instead, the titan continues forward, as steady as a law of cosmic physics. Determined, he repeats the attack. Hundreds, thousands of times. Teleportation. Attack. Teleportation. Attack. Decades turn into centuries. More than 100 years of relentless bombardment, using all of his ancient patience and power. Finally, after an effort that would have been impossible for any lesser being, he notices the slightest change in the giant's direction, so subtle that a universe lord would barely notice it. But for someone like him, who understands cosmic scales, that tiny deviation, magnified by the unimaginable distance the titan would still travel, would be enough to redirect its path. The monster beast ancestor smiles with calculated coldness. He knows the universe better than almost anyone. There are the 3 Jedi, the most dangerous and famous places where the strongest gather. But there are also second-class dangerous regions, less visited yet still capable of posing threats. Following its new trajectory, the giant would pass through the Whirlpool Water River, a cosmic river with 12 enormous spiral arms of water currents, floating islands ranging from dozens to hundreds of light-years in size, and a maximum diameter of 6 million light-years. A dangerous place, but not as heavily watched as the Jedi. He continues the harassment, guiding the giant like an invisible shepherd. Another 6,500 years of persistent attacks, like ants wearing down a mountain. The ancestor's fighting spirit never weakens. He knows the cosmic sea is far too vast. The chance of other powerful beings discovering the giant is low, but the risk exists. That is why he acts with controlled urgency. Finally, the moment arrives. The Whirlpool Water River appears on the cosmic horizon, eternally spinning in its primordial fury. 12 gigantic arms of turbulent water swirl with enough power to destroy entire galaxies. Their currents possess natural strength thousands of times greater than that of any universe lord. Islands float amid the chaos, ancient and enduring. And then, boom! The humanoid giant, standing more than 100 million light-years tall, crashes into the river at a terrifying speed. The impact is cataclysmic. The 12 spiral arms are violently shattered, as if they were strands of a spider web. Shockwaves spread throughout the universe, hurling jets of cosmic water into impossible directions. The islands explode one after another like fragile eggs beneath the weight of a planet. Peng, 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 peng. Deep within the river, a universe master was calmly exploring the area inside a supreme palace treasure. To him, the Whirlpool Water River was a relatively safe place compared to the 3 Jedi. A simple excursion. Then the tremor came. Before he could react, the palace treasure was struck by the shockwave. In an instant, the palace disintegrated. The universe master, even with his battle armor, had no chance. His divine body was completely annihilated. Not even the most powerful treasures could withstand an impact of that magnitude. The giant crossed the Whirlpool Water River like a speeding car driving through a puddle. The entire river was shattered, transformed into chaos of scattered currents. The Titan did not even slow down. It continued flying, leaving behind a trail of destruction that would redefine that dangerous place forever. Watching from afar, the monster beast ancestor was completely stunned. He had hoped the river might at least slow down or damage the giant. But reality was cruel. That colossal being was simply unstoppable. Even if it crossed 10 or 100 rivers like that one, nothing would stop it. Its speed remained terrifying. Its power was beyond comprehension. Elsewhere, within the universe of the God-Eye race, the First Allah received an urgent report from one of his subordinates. The Universe Master reported in shock that his Supreme Palace treasure had been destroyed in an instant, along with his divine clone, all because of a vibration originating from the Whirlpool Water River. The First Allah immediately sensed that something monumental had happened. A force capable of sweeping away a second-class dangerous region with such ease could not be ignored. Meanwhile, the humanoid giant continued its relentless journey through the cosmic sea, carrying with it secrets and a power that would shake the foundations of every race in the universe. The monster beast ancestor, though deeply shaken, refused to give up. His mind spun with plans, ambition, and a newly found respect for that existence which transcended everything he had ever known. This was only the beginning of a new era. An era in which the balance of cosmic power would be rewritten by a humanoid figure that no one could fully comprehend. A force that not even the oldest ancestors could stop. A presence that made the universe itself tremble. The Xuanshui River was one of the most feared locations in the vast and dangerous universe sea. Its violent currents and floating islands concealed dangers capable of swallowing even universe lords in an instant. Yet something unimaginable had happened. The First Allah, one of the most powerful existences of the Divine Eye clan, received alarming news and decided to investigate personally. Upon arriving, what he found left him frozen. The majestic river that had once swirled in an imposing vortex was completely destroyed. Its waters spread chaotically through the void. The islands had vanished, and all that remained was a trail of cosmic devastation. Not even the combined strength of every force in the universe sea would be capable of destroying such a natural, dangerous region. The First Allah felt a chill run through his divine body. But along with the shock came a deep, almost savage excitement. This was not a simple catastrophe. It was an opportunity against the heavens. With his divine eye activated, an enormous eye of flesh and blood opened on the back of his head, shining with infinite light. Through it, he managed to detect traces of a terrifying force, 10 million times more powerful than the Xuanshui River itself. Even he, with all his mastery over time and space, could barely trace what had happened. He only confirmed that a colossal existence had passed through that place, flying in a specific direction at an unimaginable speed. Without hesitation, the First Allah set off in pursuit, using long-distance super teleportation. Days later, he finally managed to catch sight of the entity. It was a colossal humanoid figure, approximately 160 million light-years tall, advancing at the absurd speed of 120 million times the speed of light. Its mere passage distorted space-time around it, turning everything into absolute nothingness. The shockwaves escaping from its body were enough to seriously injure beings at the supreme universe level. Before he could get closer, another powerful being appeared, the monster beast ancestor. The two titans of the universe immediately came into conflict over the priority of the discovery. The ancestor roared in anger, demanding a share. The first Allah, knowing the immense value of that opportunity, something that could allow his race to transcend the cycle of reincarnation, was forced to yield. They sealed an agreement to share the opportunity between themselves without allowing the other 4 Allahs of the Divine Eye clan to approach. Together, like 2 ants trying to stop a flying mountain, they attempted to block the giant's path, change its direction, reduce its speed, but it was useless. The colossal being's speed was so great that they could barely keep up with it. Any attempt to get close meant risking instant death from the shockwaves. The years passed, more than 3,000 years to be precise. Gradually, other supreme forces of the universe joined the desperate pursuit. What began with 2 became 18 existences at the peak of the universe. Even so, the desperation only grew. The giant never slowed down. It crushed everything in its path with a force that transcended comprehension. They managed to divert it slightly toward a few dangerous regions, but the Colossus passed straight through them without suffering any significant impact. The first Allah calmly analyzed the remaining possibilities. The first was that the giant might collide directly with the primordial universe. There, the universe's natural suppression might contain it. The second was one of the 3 Jedi, the most dangerous and mysterious places in the universe sea. Any one of them would have a high chance of stopping it. However, neither option was simple. Colliding with the primordial universe would mean that the forces of the universe sea would completely lose access to the opportunity, and directing the giant toward the 3 Jedi would bring the powerful factions of those territories into the conflict. After tense discussions, they made the most bitter decision: make the event public. The opportunity was too great to be claimed by only a few. The entire universe needed to know. The news spread like a cosmic wildfire. The entire universe sea trembled. Inside the tomb boat, Luo Feng received a message from his teacher, the Chaos City Lord. The description was absurd. A humanoid giant 160 million light-years tall, moving at 120 million times the speed of light. Luo Feng could hardly believe it. The common limit for supreme beings was 100,000 times the speed of light. This was beyond all logic. Even so, he did not hesitate. He ordered the tomb boat to change course and fly at maximum speed out of the spaceship boat. More than 200 years later, he finally reunited with the Hongmeng action team. What he found was an astonishing sight. More than 180 universe lords and several legendary figures, including the Chaos City Lord himself, had gathered together. Not only the human camp, but the coalition had also sent its elites. At such a critical moment, even ancient enemies maintained a temporary truce. In total, the 3 greatest forces of the universe sea and the 2 holy lands had mobilized 68 beings at the level of the strongest in the universe and more than 3,200 universe lords. It was a concentration of power never seen before. Luo Feng gazed into the void, sensing distant vibrations. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave swept across space. Then it appeared. The giant. A colossal humanoid figure lying across the void, moving like a living mountain of cosmic proportions. Its mere passage transformed the universe into blinding light. Luo Feng and all the experts present felt like ants standing before an avalanche. A primal, instinctive fear seized every one of them. The scale of its power was so overwhelming that it defied reason itself. That being was not merely powerful. It represented something beyond the very concept of power known throughout the universe. Its existence threatened entire small universes, could destroy structures like the Xuanshui River effortlessly, and its trajectory forced the greatest cosmic powers to unite in desperation. As the giant continued its relentless journey, the political and existential implications weighed upon everyone. If it collided with the primordial universe, the consequences would be unpredictable. If it struck one of the 3 Jedi, a cosmic scale war could erupt. And behind all of this lingered the question that no one could answer. What exactly was that entity? Where had it come from? And what would be its final destination? The universe sea would never be the same again. An era of radical change was beginning, and Luo Feng, at the center of it all, felt the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. He watched the colossal figure cutting through the void of the universe, and a profound shock washed over him. That humanoid of unimaginable proportions, 160 million light-years tall, defied all known logic. Could it be an ancient existence that had slumbered for countless ages? A mechanical treasure from a lost civilization, similar to the tomb boat itself? Or something even more terrifying, a living powerhouse capable of shaking the very foundations of the cosmos. The mere possibility made Luo Feng's divine blood boil with excitement. To witness with his own eyes an entity that transcended the limits of the universe was a rare fortune, a moment that would mark his journey forever. While speculation filled his mind, the united forces of the Universe Sea acted with military precision. Thousands of universe lords and dozens of the strongest beings in the universe teleported together in synchronized waves. They did not dare block the giant's path directly. Instead, they positioned themselves to the sides, preparing the coordinated attack that would change the cosmic fate of that entity. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The command echoed among the supreme leaders. In the next instant, thousands of existences at the peak of power unleashed their attack simultaneously. Secret techniques, supreme treasures, the laws of the universe, and concentrated divine power merged into a devastating bombardment. The combined attack was so powerful that it could annihilate any universe lord or even seriously injure one of the strongest beings in the universe. The attacks traveled at 100 times the speed of light, an astonishing speed, yet still slow compared to the giant's 120 million times the speed of light. Luo Feng and the others had to teleport repeatedly ahead of its trajectory, detecting the colossus only through the violent shockwaves it generated. Seeing the giant directly was almost impossible, as even light could barely keep up with its movement. Only through precise control over time and space, combined with divine simulation, could they perceive its imposing form. Every cycle of teleportation and bombardment was exhausting. The giant was so immense that its feet alone measured 30 million light years. Moving it, even by the slightest amount, required a titanic effort. Luo Feng remained at the center of that colossal operation for more than 3,200 years. Throughout that entire time, the major forces of the universe worked in harmony, without hidden motives, united by their shared fear of the unknown. The objective was clear: alter the giant's trajectory by approximately 15 degrees so that it would collide with the spaceship boat, one of the three Jedi. Among all the options, this required the smallest change in direction, yet it still represented a monumental challenge. The first Allah and the monster beast ancestor had understood that, on their own, they would never succeed. Only the combined efforts of thousands of elites could accomplish such a feat. After more than 3 millennia of relentless attacks, although spaced out to allow their divine power to recover, confirmation finally came. The shockwaves indicated that the direction was correct. The giant was now heading directly toward the spaceship boat. A wave of relief and satisfaction spread through their ranks. Nervous laughter and excited comments echoed among the strongest beings. 3,000 years of constant tension, of silent fear of failure, had finally paid off. They had managed to influence a force that had seemed completely uncontrollable. Within the outer region of the spaceship boat, thousands of powerful beings were already waiting. The ancient mechanical vessel was a breathtaking sight, tens of millions of light years wide and tall, and more than 100 million light years long. Even damaged, it devoured chaotic air currents, surrounded by rivers of flames, frozen vortices, endless lightning serpents, and even a partially destroyed small universe trapped beneath its lower structure. Its internal mechanism still functioned, granting it extraordinary stability. Luo Feng watched the scene with both admiration and apprehension. As a mechanical stream treasure, the spaceship boat possessed tremendous natural defenses. However, no one knew whether they would be enough to withstand an impact of such magnitude. Time passed in agonizing anticipation. At last, the shockwaves announced its arrival. It is coming. Excitement swept through everyone. Luo Feng, the Chaos City Lord, and the members of the Hongmeng action team took safe positions inside the tomb boat, far enough away to avoid direct destruction. They waited for the moment of impact, which would take several years to unfold because of the giant's tremendous speed. Then it happened. An invisible yet devastating shockwave spread through space and time. At the instant of collision, every powerful being present reconstructed the scene in their minds through divine deduction. The colossal humanoid, flying at an unimaginable speed, slammed into the immense ancient vessel. First, the ship's outer fragments and structures were torn away and hurled aside like leaves in the wind. The eternal flames, the lightning serpents, and the vortices were crushed instantly. Then the giant's upper body, especially its head, struck the ship's main body with cataclysmic force. The impact was beyond description. Space-time compressed and shattered in every direction. Primary shockwaves spread like an apocalypse, followed by even more violent secondary shockwaves. The energy released transformed the region into a cosmic nightmare. Even the strongest beings in the universe, protected by supreme treasures, felt the pure terror of that collision. Palace treasures were thrown around like toys. The shockwave traveled tens of thousands, millions, and tens of millions of light years, gradually weakening, yet still powerful enough to shake supreme existences across unimaginable distances. The collision between two forces on a cosmic scale created a spectacle of destruction that few would ever witness in their entire lives. The spaceship boat, despite its legendary stability, shook violently. Gigantic fragments flew through the void. The energy released threatened to collapse nearby structures and alter the local balance of the universe. Watching from afar, Luo Feng felt his heart pounding. This was the true face of power that transcended realms. A being capable of destroying a dangerous river like the Xuanshui River was now colliding with one of the three Jedi. The implications were profound. If the spaceship boat endured, it might be able to stop the giant, or at least drastically reduce its speed. Otherwise, the chaos would spread even further. The supreme races of the universe watched with bated breath. The first Allah, the monster beast ancestor, the Chaos City Lord, and every leader present knew that this moment would determine the course of a new era. The impact was not merely physical. It was the collision between the unknown and the established structures of power. As the shockwaves continued to reverberate, the tension became almost tangible. What would happen now? Would the giant be stopped? Would the spaceship boat withstand the collision? And above all, what did that entity truly represent for the future of Luo Feng and the entire universe see? The collision marked the beginning of transformations that no one could foresee. Cosmic destiny was being rewritten before their eyes. Inside the tomb boat, Luo Feng, the Chaos, City Master, and Jian Desolation Master silently watched the chaos unfolding outside. Palaces and floating treasures were thrown around like leaves in the wind, carried by the devastating shockwaves spreading for more than 500 million light-years from the space ark. The collision between that colossal humanoid creature and the ancient vessel had unleashed an unimaginable force, powerful enough to shake even the most distant corners of the sea of the universe. "We are dealing with something beyond comprehension," Jian Desolation Master murmured, his face marked by genuine shock. "The central impact zone must be an absolute hell. No one in our universe would survive something like this." The Chaos City Master nodded, his voice deep and quiet. Not even the tomb boat would guarantee complete protection. Although it was reconstructed along the Donghua River, its essence is comparable to that of a supreme being. It is only an additional identity of the mechanical stream. Luo Feng remained silent, his eyes fixed on the void. He wondered whether that entity could be stopped. The question lingered in the air, not only among them, but among every major force in the universe, including the two Holy Lands. A creature the size of an entire spaceship colliding at insane speeds represented an unpredictable threat. Then the impact came. Boom! The humanoid creature's head crashed into the space ark at an astonishing 120 million times the speed of light. The ancient vessel, already damaged by countless ages, spun violently, rolling through the cosmic void. Deep cracks appeared across its surface, yet no force in the universe could penetrate them. Fragments of broken threads flew away, and the colossal structure swayed like a ship in a storm. Even so, its core remained intact. That vessel was a mechanical stream treasure of unimaginable power. A mere collision would never be enough to destroy it. Inside the ark, ancient mechanisms awakened. The energy accumulated over endless ages stabilized the vessel, gradually slowing it until it stopped spinning. The creature, however, was not finished. Its speed had decreased after the first collision, but it charged again, tilted sideways, striking the vessel's waist. Boom! The second impact was devastating yet visibly weaker. The ark stopped rolling and was hurled into the distance, while the humanoid, thrown off balance by its tilted posture, tumbled in another direction. Its speed plummeted brutally, first to less than 20 million times the speed of light, then to a mere 300,000. It continued tumbling, resisting the chaotic current of the sea of the universe, losing momentum with every passing second. It stopped. The vessel has stabilized. Thousands of powerful experts watched from afar. The ark's surface, now exposed in its primitive form after the destruction of the vines and ice, remained immaculate, without even a dent. The Chaos City Master expressed the collective astonishment. Such a collision, and not even a scratch. Then how did this vessel accumulate so much damage throughout the ages? The universe holds secrets that defy imagination, and this creature is living proof of that. Before it appeared, no one even suspected its existence. Luo Feng and the Hongmeng masters silently agreed, filled with admiration. "Let's go after it," the Chaos City master ordered. The creature's speed had fallen enough to make pursuit possible. The chaotic current of the sea of the universe acted as a natural barrier, slowing it down continuously. Every force in the universe, without exception, set out in pursuit. Precise teleportations, constant scans. The humanoid, now traveling at 300,000 times the speed of light, no longer generated an absolute domain around itself. What had once pulverized everything in its path was now weakening. Within 3 days, its speed dropped from 300,000 to 200,000 times the speed of light. Soon afterward, it fell below 10,000. Every meter became more difficult as relentless cosmic friction slowed it further. Meanwhile, within the ancestral sanctuary, an invisible presence descended upon the 3 sacred thrones. The 3 ancestral gods of that reincarnation era, beings of immeasurable power, received the primordial message of the universe. Their faces remained solemn, their eyes closed, radiating a strange divine aura. "My children, it is coming. Crisis, you must! The 4 Jedi!" The ancient voice echoed within their minds. When the presence withdrew, the 3 opened their eyes and exchanged horrified glances. "Since we became ancestral gods, we have never left the sea of the universe," declared the elder seated in the center. "But now, to honor the original will of the primitive universe, we must depart. Let's go. It's late. The major forces may suffer devastating losses. What does it matter? Even if we fall, we will have fulfilled our duty." Boom! 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 The 3 transformed into dazzling beams of light and vanished from the ancestral palace, heading toward the chaos. Across the vast sea of the universe, the humanoid creature continued losing speed. Its shockwaves weakened with every passing moment. The forces of the universe, now without fear, accelerated. Treasure palaces crossed the void like comets. "Luo Feng, let's go as well," said the primordial Chaos City master. The tomb boat shot forward, cutting through space until it hovered above the colossal body. With a tremendous rumble, the vessel landed upon the creature's surface, a being 160 million light-years tall. To it, the boat was like an ant landing on the ocean. "We have landed," Luo Feng announced. "The speed is still high. Let's proceed carefully." The Hongmeng team was filled with excitement. For the first time, they could observe the surface of that entity up close. Rolling mountains stretched as far as the eye could see, endless and majestic. "Look, they look like endless mountain ranges," someone commented. "They are not mountains," the Chaos City master corrected after deducing the general shape through the shockwaves. "They are subtle folds in this creature's clothing." "Clothes." Shock gave way to laughter. Even the universe masters who had mistaken the folds for mountains laughed at themselves. The scale was absurd. What had appeared to be mountain ranges were merely wrinkles in a piece of fabric covering cosmic armor. "Let's explore," Luo Feng decided, guiding the tomb boat across the surface. Even while moving, the colossal body seemed almost motionless because of its immense size. "Head toward the head," suggested the Chaos City master. "There is an opening in that direction. The rest of the body appears sealed, like the outer wall of an impregnable fortress." The tomb boat advanced, gliding across the unimaginable landscape. Curiosity and tension continued to rise. What would they find inside that entity that defied every known law? What cosmic secrets awaited them? The forces of the entire universe were converging, and the ancestral gods were already on their way. The fate of the universe seemed to rest upon that fallen figure, and Luo Feng, commanding the tomb boat, stood on the front line of a discovery that could rewrite the history of all existence. The major powers of the universe observed the colossus with a mixture of astonishment and insatiable greed. The giant's head was infinite. The gap between its tightly closed lips formed an abyss nearly 1,900,000 light-years long and 120,000 light-years wide at its widest point. Not even the entire Milky Way could fill that colossal opening. "It is its mouth," the observers whispered in amazement. The tomb ship hovered nearby. Luo Feng, the Chaos City master, and the other Hongmeng experts observed the scene with every sense on full alert. No one knew what awaited them inside, but the opportunity was far too great to ignore. The Chaos City Master made the decision with cold, strategic judgment. This giant is completely unknown. Its dangers are unpredictable. Even the strongest beings in the universe cannot guarantee safety. We will send universe masters with clones. If something goes wrong, we lose only one avatar and part of the treasures. The main entrances were the ears, the nostrils, and the gap between the lips. Each force would send explorers through different paths. The race for treasures had begun. Luo Feng agreed. 8 Hongmeng universe masters, including himself, were selected for the initial mission. Inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng prepared his Moshe clan avatar. This body, with 5,000 times the life gene level, stood tens of thousands of kilometers tall. Although its total divine power was less than 1,000th of the golden horned beast clone, it was more than sufficient for a dangerous exploration. Luo Feng had condensed this avatar recently by separating part of the divine power from the main clone. The equipment was flawless: a supreme treasure armor, a supreme treasure sword, and a peak-level black spherical palace. Everything had been obtained over more than 8 million years of plundering and accumulated inheritances. Fully equipped and determined, Moshe Luo Feng departed. Beams of light crossed the void as multiple groups entered the giant through different passages at the same time. Luo Feng's black palace plunged into the gap between the giant's lips. Ultra-short distance teleportation after ultra-short distance teleportation. The avatar meticulously recorded every detail of the map, transmitting the information back to the Hongmeng. The abyss was endless, dark, and silent. The walls seemed to stretch on forever. After advancing tens of millions of light years, the giant finally came to a complete stop, resisting the chaotic current of the universe. Outside, the remaining forces tried to identify the lord of the colossal armor, but it did not respond to any command. Not even the most powerful attacks left a scratch on its surface. It was as if the armor were nothing more than decoration, covering an indestructible body. Inside the abyss, Luo Feng continued his descent. Suddenly, his domain treasure detected something. A vast area it could not explore. Clear signs of danger. He approached cautiously. A colossal vortex appeared ahead, a natural wormhole of absurd proportions, with spatial distortions so violent that even universe masters would struggle to cross it. Luo Feng watched in amazement. He had never seen such a gigantic, natural wormhole. However, not knowing what lay on the other side, he decided to avoid the risk and go around it, continuing his descent into the abyss. The flight continued. Days passed. 15 days of uninterrupted descent through a seemingly harmless void. No obstacles, no visible traps. Only the endless abyss, where teleportation seemed safe in every direction. Anxiety began to grow. Then, without warning, an extremely cold gust of wind blew. Silent, invisible, deadly. The black spherical palace, considered a peak treasure, instantly disintegrated into fine dust. The dust floated for a brief moment before vanishing completely, as if it had never existed. The armor, the battle sword on his back, and Moshe Luo Feng's very body all turned into nothing in the same instant. The extreme cold froze his divine power, and then the avatar's very soul. There was no struggle. There was no time to react, only emptiness. The abyss remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng felt the connection to his avatar abruptly severed. His face hardened. That clone carried valuable treasures and a significant portion of his strength. Yet it had been erased without leaving a trace. The fourth Jedi revealed its true nature. What had appeared to be a harmless abyss concealed a silent and absolute threat capable of annihilating even a powerful avatar equipped with peak treasures. While the other forces continued sending explorers and the Hongmeng anxiously awaited news, Luo Feng realized that the danger of this new Jedi far exceeded everyone's initial expectations. The humanoid giant was not merely a colossal relic. It was a living tomb filled with mysteries and traps that defied the very logic of the universe. Inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng's face turned pale. His body trembled for an instant. The Chaos City Master immediately noticed his distress and asked what had happened. "My Moshe clan avatar was destroyed," Luo Feng revealed, still shaken. "It was the wind, an invisible wind, undetectable by my domain treasure. It appeared out of nowhere and silently disintegrated both my peak palace and my divine body. There was no way to resist." The Chaos City Master was stunned. A peak-level treasure capable of withstanding devastating attacks had been reduced to nothing without any warning. This surpassed every known trap within the other 3 Jedi. The catastrophe spread quickly. Of the 8 universe masters sent by the Hongmeng, every one of them perished in the following days. One encountered flames that incinerated his supreme palace. Another was swallowed by deadly mist. The last resisted for only a few moments against an overwhelming current of water that froze the surrounding space and corroded everything. None survived. The mortality rate was terrifying. The reports from the other forces only deepened the fear. Even supreme Xeon treasure palaces, the strongest treasures known and capable of withstanding attacks from supreme beings, were instantly destroyed by elements that emerged from the void. Fire, wind, mist, water. Every abyss became a death sentence. Panic spread among the nearly 200 universe masters gathered aboard the tomb ship. How is it possible that even supreme Xeon treasures cannot withstand it? The experts wondered. The fourth Jedi had proven deadlier than the previous 3 combined. No traditional exploration method worked. Every attempt ended in total annihilation. Then new information spread among the major powers. Many desperate explorers had entered the gigantic natural wormhole discovered within the abyss. The result was revealed by the Chaos City Master. It leads directly to a hidden space filled with chaotic currents. There exists a seemingly ordinary small universe called the world of Jin. However, the moment anything touches its outer membrane, it is reduced to ashes. Mechanical puppets, special techniques, even experts sent personally, all perished upon contact. The revelation caused an uproar. The walls of a small universe should not naturally be offensive. Normally the danger lay inside, where its controller could manipulate the original laws. But here, the outer membrane itself functioned as an absolute deadly barrier. Despair spread among the assembled forces. Without a viable path forward, their greed for the giant's treasures turned into helpless frustration. While chaos reigned around the colossal head, an extraordinary summons echoed throughout the universe. The 3 ancestral gods of the original universe, beings who rarely left their native cosmos, had been dispatched by the original will. Their white-robed figures appeared 10 million light-years from the giant's head, radiating an overwhelming pressure that dominated time and space across hundreds of light-years. Treasure palaces from various forces quickly approached. Luo Feng and the other Hongmeng experts stepped into the void, watching the 3 distant figures. The pressure emanating from them was infinitely greater than that of any supreme universe being. It was not merely personal power, it was authority granted by the original will of the primal universe itself. Luo Feng frowned. He had remained cautious toward the original will ever since the incident involving Haolei Star Master, whose power opposed to divine power had revealed hidden secrets of the cosmos. Now the 3 ancestral gods had brought a direct message concerning this giant. With representatives from the 3 reincarnation eras and the 2 great holy lands present, the elderly-looking ancestral god spoke in a deep, resonating voice. We were ordered by the will of the original universe to reveal the secret of this colossus. Upon entering the giant, everyone encounters the endless abyss and the natural wormhole. Passing through it leads to a hidden space where the small universe known as the world of Jin resides. This is the only place within the entire humanoid organism that can be entered alive. A heavy silence fell over the assembled forces. The world of Jin, a name carrying cosmic significance, the only safe path amid so much death. The implications were enormous. The giant was not merely a random relic, but a place of primordial importance to the original universe itself. The original will, which rarely intervened so directly, had sent its highest representative specifically to guide the great powers at this moment. Luo Feng analyzed every word. His progress as a cultivator, which had already placed him among the most promising beings in the universe, now faced an entirely new level of mystery. The loss of his Moshe clan avatar served as a painful reminder of his current vulnerability. Yet every setback strengthened his determination. His divine body, his clones, and his growing mastery of the laws continued to evolve, preparing him for challenges that transcended mere brute strength. The reactions among the various races ranged from shock to cautious hope and calculated ambition. Those who had lost experts demanded more details, while the most powerful factions were already planning their next expedition. The humanoid giant, with its indestructible armor and deadly interior, represented both a threat and the greatest cosmic opportunity in countless ages. The 3 ancestral gods remained imposing, their white robes shining with multicolored light like emissaries of a greater will. Their presence reinforced that forces beyond the comprehension of universe masters were now in motion. The fourth Jedi was no longer merely a place filled with treasures. It had become the stage for an ancient secret that could redefine the balance of power throughout the entire universe. Luo Feng, his eyes fixed on the distant figures, felt that the true test of his journey was only just beginning. The path to the world of Jin had opened, but no one doubted it. Crossing it would require more than strength or treasures. It would require understanding, preparation, and above all, the ability to survive where everyone else had failed. The three imposing figures, the ancestral gods, floated surrounded by a multicolored aura that pulsed with the primordial power of the laws of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, lightning, light, time, and space. That light was not a mere display. It carried the infinite coercion of the original will of the primitive universe. They did not speak for themselves. They were spokesmen for something greater, something that never spoke words in vain. The small universe will collapse upon touching the wall membrane. The declaration echoed through the void like silent thunder. A voice immediately questioned, "Then how do we invade?" The two-faced ancestral god answered calmly, "Invade? No. The world of Jin is extraordinary. Under normal conditions, it would not be born even after thousands of reincarnation cycles. But the infinite universe follows unchanging rules, and now it is being born." Shock spread through the major forces of the Sea of Universe, like a seismic wave. Luo Feng, standing beside Chaos City Lord, felt his heart race. His master nodded solemnly, explaining that even the original will, despite being transcendent, was not omnipotent. It followed the fundamental laws of existence, capable of suppressing but not destroying arbitrarily. The birth of that gigantic humanoid marked a unique moment, a departure from previous eras. The young ancestral god with the handsome face and red-scaled tail continued, "The world of Jin contains endless crises and opportunities. It is more special than the other three Jedi. The true treasure is not the giant itself, but what it contains." He revealed the entrance mechanism. The cosmic wall of the world of Jin periodically alternated between black, its strongest state, and white, its weakest. Ordinary universe masters could pass through it easily when it was white. Each cycle lasted approximately one era. The gathered forces stirred eagerly, ready to act, but patience prevailed as they remembered the immense timescale involved. The elder in the center, the ancestral god Shendao, continued in a deep voice, "The world of Jin is mysterious and unpredictable. Living creatures dwell within it." The revelation triggered an explosion of disbelief. The three known Jedi, the Cosmic Boat, Liuzhong Mountain, and Qingfeng Realm, had never housed living beings. These creatures, however, could survive only inside the world of Jin. Any attempt to leave meant certain death. Taking living beings outside was equivalent to killing them. Only inanimate objects could be brought out. Then came the sentence that set everyone's hearts on fire. The world of Jin also holds the secret to transcending reincarnation. The uproar was immediate. Transcending reincarnation, the ultimate dream of every powerful being in the infinite universe. Luo Feng felt his blood boil. He knew that in previous cycles, the world of Jin had never appeared. Its birth now signaled that this era was approaching its peak, the moment closest to the Sea of Universe. The secret was finally within reach. The ancestral god warned seriously, "Remember, the secret can only be discovered inside. After leaving, it will not be possible to reveal it, even if you wish to. The world of Jin is the fourth Jedi, more dangerous than all the others. Crises and opportunities walk side by side." With those words, the three ancestral gods disappeared, leaving the void filled with tension. The major forces began to withdraw, but cautiously. No one trusted blindly. Scouts were sent through the natural wormholes, confirming that the route was safe. On the other side, the deep blue small universe shone, immense and majestic, with an outer diameter of about 10 million light-years, yet possessing greater power than any known small universe. Luo Feng considered the situation calmly. The risk was enormous. He carried treasures too valuable to lose in an unexplored place. He split into two bodies. The Demon Killer clan clone returned to the original universe carrying the Wu Yu Wing and the Star Tower. His main body, the Golden-Horned Beast clone, remained with the Blood Shadow Blade and the Tomb Ship, ready to explore. Teacher, I cannot ignore this opportunity, he said to Chaos City Lord. I have a clone. Even if I fail, I can rise again. The tomb ship hovered in hidden space, waiting for the moment when the cosmic wall turned white. More than 200 powerful experts, including the strongest beings in the universe, remained stationed there for the first expedition. Most of the major forces, however, withdrew to prepare larger strategies. Then, amid the silence that followed, a figure appeared out of nowhere. Crystal horns adorned his forehead, and a black robe shimmered with dark light. It was Sitting Mountain Guest. Not even Luo Feng had detected him beforehand, despite attempting contact through the token. The mysterious master stared intensely at the gigantic humanoid creature, as if examining every detail, its hair, eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and ancient armor. His gaze pierced through time and space. He moved forward, teleporting step by step across the endless mountains of that colossal body. He reached its finger, its shoulder, and finally its waist, where a broken wound scarred the ancient armor, damage stretching for 9 million light years. Sitting Mountain Guest gently touched the damaged surface with reverence. Suddenly, a hoarse laugh escaped him. Ha ha ha! The laughter grew louder, becoming wild and hysterical, filled with hatred and madness accumulated over countless eras. His entire body trembled. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the laughter stopped. Sitting Mountain Guest slowly sat down, shimmering golden tears flowing silently as his trembling fingers continued to stroke the armor. Finally, it is coming. His voice was barely a whisper, overflowing with emotion. The world of Jin. The origin of the primitive universe calls it the world of Jin. He raised his eyes toward the endless void. The chaotic air around him stirred in response to a powerful will. I will not be as foolish as the original ancestor. I will give you a chance. With those enigmatic words, Sitting Mountain Guest walked away, disappearing into the void as though he had never been there. But the weight of his visit remained, a deep and ancient connection to what was about to come. The world of Jin was awakening. Unknown creatures, secrets capable of breaking the eternal cycle of reincarnation, and dangers surpassing all previous Jedi. Luo Feng, with unwavering determination, waited for the right moment. The entire universe held its breath. A new era of opportunities and catastrophes was only beginning. And at the center of it all, Luo Feng's destiny became intertwined with forces that transcended mortal understanding. The tomb ship remained suspended, silent, and ready. The white phase of the cosmic wall was approaching, and with it came the next epic step in the journey of the warrior who challenged the cosmos itself. The deep blue small universe gradually brightened, passing through gentle shades until it shone in a pure and inviting white. The palaces and treasures orbiting outside burst into frantic motion. More than 200 experts, including the strongest beings of the Sea of Universe, did not hesitate. They surged forward like a swarm, first testing the membrane with weapons and divine bodies. The surprise was immediate. Despite the barrier's still astonishing strength, universe lords crossed it with ease, and even divine bodies could penetrate it without significant resistance. With the safe passage confirmed, the treasures flew in one after another. Luo Feng's tomb ship, the Silver Boat, plunged directly into the white light. Upon crossing, a wave of vital energy flooded Luo Feng. His divine power sensed an incomparable aura, pure and refreshing, as if his entire soul had emerged from a barren desert into an infinite ocean. Every cell vibrated in celebration. There were no restrictions, no subtle suppression. It was complete freedom. What an extraordinary feeling, Luo Feng thought, surprised and exhilarated. In the primitive universe, divine power constantly faced limitations. Here, everything flowed without obstacles. His clone, the rampaging demon god, shared the same euphoria. For the first time since reaching the peak as one of the strongest beings in the universe, he could unleash 100% of his divine power without any limitation. At last, I can unleash all my strength. The clone laughed inwardly while piloting the treasure, descending rapidly through the sky and teleporting at intervals until reaching the ancient land. The ground was vast, covered with majestic mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. The surrounding energy was dense, fresh, and infinitely more nourishing than the chaotic atmosphere of the outer universe. It was a place where true warriors could thrive. Suddenly, a deafening roar split the air. A colossal creature appeared at a speed exceeding 100 times the speed of light. It had 3 heads, 1 golden and 2 silver, enormous fangs, and 3 tails like barbed metal whips. The monster radiated an aura identical to that of one of the strongest beings in the universe. The rampaging demon god was astonished. The first native creature he encountered was comparable to the greatest powers of the Sea of Universe. The creature growled a warning. "Leave my territory!" The language was unfamiliar, yet its meaning was transmitted directly into the mind without the need for translation. However, the clone could not reproduce those sounds. Attempts at communication failed. When his divine power tried to convey a message, it was crushed by the superior force of the opponent. Irritated by what it interpreted as a challenge, the monster attacked. Its tails sliced through the air, carving 3 enormous ravines that stretched for millions of kilometers. The clone dodged instinctively, his heart racing. This was only the beginning. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's main body crossed the membrane. The silver boat descended onto an immense plain. Wearing the Mad Devil Destroyer armor, with the soul peak protecting his consciousness and the blood shadow blade on his back, Luo Feng stepped cautiously into the new world. He had left his most valuable treasures behind, choosing a careful initial exploration. The fresh energy flooded his body, instantly transforming into divine power without the need to meditate within the ocean of laws. Incredible. Here, absorption is natural and direct. He tested the surrounding space. It was extremely stable. Not even the slightest ripple appeared when his divine power fluctuated. The solidity of this realm exceeded every expectation, suggesting a superior cosmic foundation. "This world is too perfect," Luo Feng murmured. "Perfect enough to hide the supreme secret of transcending reincarnation." 3 swift figures approached. A child with 2 dark brown braids appeared, chewing on a generous piece of roasted meat. Despite possessing only modest strength, equivalent to an immortal king, the child spoke naturally. Luo Feng immediately recognized the language. It was the universal language of the ancient civilizations, the same one recorded on the inheritance stones of the Donghua lineage. "Traveler, this is the territory of the Dry Wilderness tribe," the child said curiously. "Have you come from far away?" Luo Feng replied fluently in the same ancient language, confirming that he was an explorer. Excited, the child spoke about dreams of traveling the world after reaching the level of Law Venerable. Luo Feng quickly concluded that a Law Venerable was equivalent to a Universe Lord. Within the virtual universe on Thunder Island, Luo Feng transmitted the information to Chaos City Lord. "I've entered. This world is vast, powerful, and exceeds every imagination. The natives use the common language of the ancient civilizations. This may be a remnant of a lost era." Chaos City Lord was deeply impressed. The language would be crucial for integrating with the local inhabitants and uncovering the world's mysteries. Back in the world of Jin, Luo Feng followed the child toward the tribe. Along the way, he observed gigantic warriors, each 100,000 kilometers tall, training fiercely. 2 of them, armed with a saber and a spear, clashed like titans. Their divine bodies possessed perfect genetic levels. They were Universe Lords engaged in training combat. Farther ahead, other Universe Lords fought intense duels. The child casually remarked that the Dry Wilderness tribe had 1 billion members, all warriors hardened through countless life and death battles before reaching the level of Universe Lord. 1 billion! Luo Feng processed the information in astonishment. In the outer universe, becoming a Universe Lord was an extremely rare achievement. Here, it seemed like a level attainable through rigorous training and constant combat. The scale of power in this world was terrifying. As they approached the tribe, Luo Feng spotted 3 imposing figures hovering in the sky. They wore gleaming black armor and wielded war hammers and battle axes that radiated terrifying auras. They were true gods, 3 of them, encountered during his very first contact. The shock ran deep. Only moments after entering, he had already encountered multiple true gods. The collective strength of the world of Jin far surpassed anything seen in the Sea of Universe, and according to the ancestral gods, these beings could not survive outside this realm. If they attempted to leave, they would perish instantly. A world so contained, yet so powerful. It must hide secrets capable of shaking the foundations of the cosmos, Luo Feng reflected, becoming even more cautious. As he walked alongside the child, absorbing every detail, Luo Feng felt that his journey had just reached a new level. His divine body responded to the surrounding energy with remarkable efficiency. His understanding of the laws flowed with greater clarity, and his future progress promised profound transformations. The secret of transcending reincarnation was close, but it was surrounded by dangers that demanded ever greater wisdom and strength. The world of Jin was not merely a new territory. It was the stage where Luo Feng's destiny, and perhaps that of the entire universe, would be rewritten. With the blood shadow blade ready and his mind sharp, the warrior of humanity advanced, prepared to uncover ancient mysteries and raise his power to unimaginable heights. The three-headed monster burned with rage. "You have angered me," it thundered, while the rampaging demon god, with calculated cunning, continued provoking the giant. Every insult was a tool. The clone absorbed the unique pronunciation of that ancient language, engraving its sounds and meanings into his extraordinary memory. In only half an hour of intense confrontation, he had mastered more than 300 words. His armor protected him from the fiercest attacks, allowing him to endure and learn. When the monster, enraged beyond measure, summoned reinforcements with a roar that echoed across the mountains, 12 powerful figures emerged from every direction. All of them were true gods, radiating oppressive auras. The clone did not hesitate. He transformed into a serpent of light and fled at maximum speed, narrowly escaping the encirclement. The lesson was clear. The world of Jin did not tolerate weak intruders. Its native forces were organized and deadly. Meanwhile, in the Ganye tribe, Luo Feng spent his days as a wandering warrior. For 3 full days, he exchanged blows with the local warriors, discussed techniques, and absorbed knowledge. His kick, wrapped in golden light like a blazing planet, sent opponents flying toward distant peaks. The warrior, called Milky Way, deeply impressed, admitted that no other traveler he had ever met possessed such mastery. The tribe's children watched in amazement, applauding every movement. Luo Feng smiled as he gently patted little True Moe on the head, building bonds that made his integration easier. With every conversation, the panorama of the world of Jin expanded within his mind with astonishing richness. This realm was colossal. Its internal diameter exceeded 1 trillion light-years, far larger than the Holy Land universe, and rivaled only by the primitive universe in scale. What appeared to be a small universe from the outside revealed unimaginable dimensions within. Countless tribes populated its vast expanses, waging endless wars for survival and power. The cycle of life here defied everything Luo Feng had ever known. The creatures were born immortal upon reaching maturity. Breathing the pure energy of the world of Jin from birth, they gradually mastered the natural laws. With proper refinement, they became law lords, equivalent to universe lords. However, advancing required extreme discipline. Only 1 out of every several hundred ordinary warriors reached that level. True gods were even rarer, elite figures who inspired reverence. And beyond the true gods, higher existences did exist. Within the dry wilderness tribe itself, the patriarch represented the pinnacle of strength and tribal pride, ensuring stability for his people. Luo Feng felt his pulse quicken upon discovering the supreme secret. Whoever surpassed the level of a true god could transcend reincarnation. It was exactly what the forces of the Sea of Universe were desperately seeking. On the 6th day, Luo Feng announced his departure to Bei Feng, his closest friend in the tribe, an exceptional talent destined to become a true god. In a hoarse voice, Bei Feng asked where his companion was going. Luo Feng answered firmly, "I am going to enlist in the army." Bei Feng's eyes lit up. The army was the supreme path to power. The entire world of Jin recognized a single supreme ruler, the great King God. His forces trained elite warriors, tempering them through relentless battles. Only the most talented and courageous were chosen to fight in the king's name, leaving their homeland to defend his glory. Luo Feng reflected deeply on the cosmic implications. The inheritance of the Duan Donghua lineage, connected to the Wu camp, revealed striking parallels. The world of Jin belonged to the Jin camp. The great king god had most likely fallen in an ancient war, and the gigantic humanoid body that contained this inner universe could be his remains. A being capable of enduring collisions that would annihilate even the strongest beings in the universe, whose mere breath destroyed the greatest pinnacles of power. The relics of the ancient civilization, the starboat, Broken East River, Blackstone Pillar, Tombship, and Wu Yu Wing told a story of tyrannical glory followed by tragedy. The native creatures were fortunate to remain alive, but they were trapped. Any attempt to leave meant certain death. The world of Jin functioned as a colossal forge, training armies for a greater cause that perhaps no longer existed. The army represented the beating heart of this system. There, mechanical weapons and treasures that the outer universe regarded as supreme were standard equipment for true gods. Advanced training methods and inheritances flowed in abundance, but the elimination rate was brutal. Out of every 100 warriors who enlisted, fewer than 5 survived long enough to retire. 99% of the world's super experts gathered there, including the invincible true gods. The true secret of transcendence lay within the military ranks. Luo Feng had no doubts about himself. With the inheritance of the Donghua lineage and his unmatched experience, he would establish himself and rise through the ranks. There was no more efficient path to uncover the mysteries and strengthen his divine body. Excited, Beifeng revealed that a group of recruits from the tribe would soon depart. The two decided to enlist together. Luo Feng felt a wave of anticipation. Every step in this land forged his evolution. The surrounding energy accelerated the conversion of power, the stability of space allowed bolder techniques, and his understanding of the laws deepened naturally. As he gazed toward the horizon, Luo Feng envisioned the future. His clone continued exploring and learning the language through combat, enriching the knowledge they shared. His main body, integrated into the local culture, prepared for the ultimate trial, the army of the king god. The implications were monumental. If the forces of the Sea of Universe discovered the true scale of this world, billions of potential warriors, hierarchical power structures, and the direct path to transcendence, the cosmic balance would change forever. Entire races could be transformed or perish before such power. Luo Feng, however, saw more than danger. He saw opportunity. His journey from a young man on Earth to the pinnacle of the universe had prepared him for this moment. His divine body, already tempered by countless battles, would respond even better to the army's forge. Perhaps there he would find the opportunity to establish his own god kingdom or achieve transformations that would elevate him beyond all known limits. With Beifeng by his side and the blood shadow blade ready, he would march toward recruitment. The army of the world of Jin was not merely a military organization. It was the crucible where legends were born and ancient secrets were revealed. The cosmos watched, and Luo Feng, with a steady gaze and a burning heart, advanced to write the next chapter of his epic saga, closer than ever to final transcendence. Please remember that all synopses and recaps posted by the Danzai Donghua channel are based on the novel and not on the ongoing Donghua anime. At the top of Thunder Island, inside the virtual universe, the atmosphere among the universe masters of the human race was filled with anticipation. Lively conversations echoed as everyone eagerly awaited answers about the mysterious fourth Jedi, the world of Jin. Rumors spread everywhere. An incomparable true god, countless existences at the Xeon level, and powers that defied the understanding of the known cosmos. Humanity had been the only race to enter that place so far, and the weight of that exclusivity carried both pride and tension. Suddenly, an imposing figure materialized. The Chaos City leader took the main seat, with Luo Feng by his side and the Darkness Lord on the other. Silence instantly fell over the hall. In a calm and solemn voice, the Chaos City leader began the meeting, gathering information collected by Hong Meng and other supreme forces of the universe after strategic exchanges. The world of Jin is incomparably powerful, he declared, but it must be seen as a remaining fragment of the ancient civilization. That glorious era collapsed long ago. As formidable as that world may be, its most powerful natives are trapped forever within its borders. They cannot leave alive. His eyes swept across the group. We are the protagonists of this era. Luo Feng felt a spark of determination in his eyes. His first contact with the world of Jin had placed overwhelming pressure on him, but that truth changed everything. Jin was, in essence, a colossal prison, a dimensional cage that trapped its inhabitants in an eternal cycle. Its time had passed. Humanity, with all its emerging potential, carried the mantle of the future. The Chaos City leader continued, explaining that although the fragment was inferior to the complete ancient civilization, It represented both a monumental opportunity and a deadly challenge for civilizations that were still immature like theirs. In the world of Jin, the pinnacle of universal power was called a true god. Existences at that level could claim modest territories, but there were even greater powers beyond them. Reaching those realms would allow one to transcend reincarnation and break through cosmic limitations. However, reality was brutal. The core of the world of Jin revolved around armies subordinate to divine kings. Upon entering, warriors temporarily lost their freedom, becoming subject to relentless orders and bloody selection trials. Combat missions claimed lives on a massive scale. More than 200 powerful beings from the various supreme forces of the universe had entered. More than 120 had already fallen. The hall erupted with shocked exclamations. Even Luo Feng was stunned. Not even the Chaos City leader had revealed those numbers before. Many perished before even reaching a formal army. The elimination rate within the military forces exceeded 95%. Cultivating techniques to surpass the level of a true god required surviving a cosmic meat grinder. The silence that followed was heavy. The initial excitement vanished, replaced by a sober understanding of the cruelty of that world. The human race possessed an inheritance from the ancient civilization, granting it high status within the world of Jin. Therefore, the recommended strategy was to observe, gather intelligence, and avoid unnecessary risks. Only clones would be sent on dangerous missions. The Universe Masters nodded cautiously. Recklessness carried too high a price. Luo Feng completely agreed. During his interactions within the tribe, he had confirmed the absence of profound inheritances among the natives. The true path to power inevitably passed through the army, an iron law that governed the entire world of Jin. Even those who returned with knowledge did not dare pass it on freely within the tribes. The danger was extreme, and the results of the first group of explorers served as a cold shower for all the supreme forces. The treasure of a true god. There were many, but they were standard equipment. Sacrificing dozens of supreme existences for ordinary items was a thought that chilled the blood. It was better to move slowly. Each era allowed only one entry. The natives, no matter how powerful, were condemned to shout their loyalty to divine kings who had most likely perished long ago. They were prisoners inside a cage, while the outer universe advanced as the true protagonist. Back at the Ganye tribe, the summons finally arrived. "Come, Yin-hei," Bei Feng shouted. Luo Feng said farewell to the friends he had made during the past 6 months and joined the group. Eyes filled with hope and anxiety followed him, relatives, warriors, and children dreaming of the day they too would march toward the army. The ultimate goal was to become a law master and ascend. A true god wearing a battle helmet marked by a broken horn roared his orders. An ancient crimson warship hovered in the air, radiating an oppressive aura of ancient power. It was a supreme treasure, earned through military merit by Uncle Beiyan. With it, the journey to the Eastern Army would be much safer. Bei Feng was filled with excitement. "I will earn an even more powerful ship in the army," Luo Feng answered with calm confidence. "We deserve the best. Far beyond that." The true god heard him, gave Bei Feng a friendly slap on the shoulder, and praised the spirit of the Bei family. Luo Feng watched carefully. That casual gesture revealed unfathomable depth. That being, a survivor of brutal selection trials, operated at a level of mystery close to the superior 9th stage. A simple touch from him would have been impossible to avoid. 800 tribal warriors, all in gigantic forms measuring tens of thousands of kilometers, boarded the simple yet imposing interior of the warship. Some howled, overflowing with tireless fighting spirit. The true god Beiyan stood at the front. 800 brave warriors of the Dry Wilderness tribe marched toward the Eastern Army. Along with them goes the adventurer Galaxy, whose strength none of you 800 can match. Whoever surpasses him after entering the army will receive this warship. Provocative gazes turned toward Luo Feng. Bei Feng roared in his defense. "Even I am no match for him, much less all of you." Admiration spread among the warriors. In the world of Jin, strength was revered above everything else. Beiyan continued, his voice filled with gravity. "When I entered the army as a lawmaster, 800 from my tribe departed. Only 21 returned alive. Only 3 became true gods. Silence fell like a blade. The pressure was palpable. It will not be enough to become a true god. We aspire to become a void god. Void, God! The warriors howled in unison. It was the ultimate dream. In the entire tribe, only the patriarch had reached that level. Luo Feng clenched his fists, absorbing every word. Above the true God existed the void god, a realm that promised transcendent power. With his fighting spirit blazing, Beiyan gave the final order. The ancient warship burst into a stream of light, cutting across the desert sky and disappearing beyond the horizon, carrying 800 destinies toward the blood-soaked grinder of the Eastern Army. Under the command of the true god Beiyan, the 800 tribal warriors advanced, sometimes teleporting across colossal distances, sometimes flying at extreme speed. The group faced constant threats that tested the resilience of those who had never left their homeland. Bei Feng, standing beside Luo Feng, pointed toward the vast misty lands below. Zhu Yanzi, a territory ruled by 3 void true gods who commanded countless hordes of alien beasts. Luo Feng observed in silence. The dense mist concealed the gigantic forms of savage creatures, each radiating an aura that far surpassed the combined strength of the dry wilderness tribe. 3 void true gods, a terrifying force. That sight illustrated the fundamental division of the world of Jin. On one side stood the tribal forces. On the other stood the legions of alien beasts. Both were subject to the supreme authority of the armies, which, although impartial, promoted controlled battles to forge stronger soldiers. Low-intensity attacks served as training, with no need for direct intervention from the supreme void beings. The journey of nearly 3 months opened everyone's eyes. Luo Feng, the pseudo-traveler, absorbed every detail of that vast world. Hundreds of true gods lived within the dry wilderness tribe alone. In places like Zhu Yanzi, the number reached tens of thousands. Multiplying that by countless tribes and beast territories, the magnitude of power within the world of Jin was astonishing. How many titans resided within the armies? At last, the horizon revealed an oppressive pressure. The Eastern Army headquarters emerged, immense, stretching far beyond the limits of sight. Endless barracks, densely populated, housed warriors of every level. The most common were universe masters, but the presence of alien beasts with exotic forms surprised even Luo Feng. Deep within the camp, colossal structures towered above everything else, gigantic objects hundreds of millions of kilometers tall, resembling spherical fortresses, accompanied by mechanical bird-like forms. Those are machines, Beiyan explained proudly, built by the army's mechanical masters. The tribal warriors reacted with shock and excitement. Luo Feng, already familiar with mechanical treasures through the ancient inheritances he had encountered, felt his heart race. These were not isolated relics. They were mass-produced creations, living proof of the technological supremacy of the ancient civilization. Beiyan pointed toward the largest one, the Jin Luo Tiandi, a monumental sphere that required at least 1 million true gods to operate in its basic form and could accommodate tens of millions. A single coordinated bombardment was capable of annihilating multiple void true gods. Every material had been optimized to the extreme, and energy efficiency had been pushed to its peak, allowing industrial-scale production. The Eastern Army had accumulated an astonishing number of them over countless ages, preparing for external summons from the God-King. Beside them stood the dove paintings, agile machines that were incredibly fast and exceptionally defensive, operated by 100 to 1,000 true gods. Perfect for large-scale warfare, they compensated for their lack of overwhelming offensive power with extraordinary mobility and resilience. Luo Feng calmly analyzed the differences in power. In the ancient civilization, where experts gathered like clouds, machines like these decided colossal battles. For true gods and void gods, they were priceless tools. However, at levels such as the third ancestral patriarch or the God-King himself, their relative importance diminished. True strength lay in absolute mastery of the laws and a transcendent divine body. The Jin Luo Tiandi was designed for battles outside the world of Jin, Beiyan continued. His Majesty the God-King has not summoned his warriors for countless ages. Luo Feng reflected silently. The God-King had most likely fallen or was no longer able to act. The army continued carrying out ancient orders, tirelessly manufacturing those powerful machines, storing energy, waiting for a summons that might never come. It was a tragic waste of cosmic potential. He mentally compared it with the outer universe. Even treasures like the broken tomb ship demonstrated the pinnacle of ancient engineering, capable of feats that would reduce true gods to mere ants. Unfortunately, those artifacts remained dormant, just like the humanoid figure suspected to be the God-King himself. The Donghua lineage had fallen, leaving only Luo Feng as its heir. The Eastern Army headquarters was a living sea of warriors. Nearly 1/4 of all the tribes and beasts of the world of Jin served there. Every day, new recruits arrived for rigorous selection. Endless lines stretched across the plains, humanoids and beasts alike waiting for evaluation. The warship landed. Beiyan ordered everyone to disembark immediately. The 800 warriors of the Dry Wilderness tribe, together with Luo Feng, lined up within the enormous queue. The scale was overwhelming. Around 800,000 beings were waiting. At the normal pace, their turn would come in about half a month. The experienced Beiyan remained to supervise the process. He conversed with other true gods, exchanging greetings with leaders of rival tribes such as the Zanyan tribe. The air vibrated with tension. At the front of the line, roars, cries of pain, and the sounds of battle echoed without pause. The initial selection was bloody and merciless. Only 1/3 of the candidates entered the army. The other 2/3 perished. Luo Feng remained calm as he gradually advanced with the group. His mind processed the cosmic implications. The army was not merely a military organization. It was the crucible where true power was forged. The competition among the 4 great armies, South, East, Northwest, generated constant rivalry, raising the overall standard. Everyone swore loyalty to the God-King, but the individual pursuit of glory and survival drove continuous evolution. After half a month of anticipation, it was finally Luo Feng's group's turn. An alien beast with blood-red horns roared the command. Next group, 3,000 candidates. Everyone moved forward. The 3,000, including the warriors of the Ganyu tribe and Luo Feng, marched toward the bloody selection. The air was heavy with the aura of impending death. Every step represented the threshold between glory and oblivion. Luo Feng, his fists clenched and his gaze unwavering, felt the momentum of his path intensify. He was no longer merely an explorer. He was an aspirant seeking the heart of the ancient power. The world of Jin tested its children with relentless cruelty, yet it also offered inheritances capable of transforming universe masters into true gods, and true gods into void existences. The colossal machines, the rival armies, the hidden inheritances, everything converged toward a greater purpose. Luo Feng was determined to absorb every lesson, overcome every obstacle, and emerge transformed, ready to claim his place among the titans who shaped the destiny of the cosmos. As the selection began, the wind sweeping across the headquarters carried promises of epic battles, divine bodily evolution, and revelations that would echo throughout the entire universe. The protagonist of this era had now stepped onto the true proving ground. What came next would forge not only a warrior, but a legend capable of transcending the ancient cages and rewriting the laws of the cosmos. The group entered the dimensional portal. Space and time suddenly distorted, transporting everyone to a desolate and endless desert where dunes stretched beneath a dim sky. Luo Feng positioned himself near Beifeng and the other warriors of the Dry Wilderness tribe, remaining alert. Suddenly, an invisible and overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire arena, forcing everyone to look upward. High above hovered an imposing being, a unicorn man wearing sleek black armor. His cold golden eyes swept across the crowd. 2 intense golden beams shot from his pupils, dividing the 3,000 candidates into 2 groups of 1,500 each. One group was enveloped in a luminous red mist, while the other received a yellow aura. The divine suppression clearly revealed his identity, a void true god, an existence capable of transcending reincarnation. With a thunderous voice, the unicorn announced the rules. The 2 camps will fight to the death. When I order the battle to stop, the survivors will enter the army. Display your full potential. Those with exceptional talent may be selected for the Special Legion. The being then disappeared, leaving the desert transformed into a bloody battlefield. Killing intent exploded within the hearts of the combatants. Beifeng gritted his teeth in frustration as he saw about 100 warriors from the tribe standing in the opposing camp. Luo Feng immediately understood why Beifeng had insisted on staying close to him. Improvised alliances were crucial in that slaughter. The battle erupted with savage fury. Warriors and beasts became streaks of light and shadow, colliding with extreme violence. The members of the Dry Wilderness tribe avoided fighting one another, concentrating instead on enemies from other factions. Luo Feng drew the blood shadow blade and plunged into the chaos, cutting down opponents marked by the red light. His mind calculated his objectives with absolute calm. Collect the corpses of true gods to study the structure of life and raise his genetic level to 90,000 times, uncover the profound secrets of the cosmos, and above all, acquire powerful mechanical treasures. Within the ancient civilization, such artifacts displayed extraordinary performance in the hands of both ordinary and elite warriors, allowing a single true god to rival void existences. The tomb ship was purely defensive, and the Cure slaughter wings, although sophisticated, required extremely demanding conditions. Luo Feng needed equipment suited for both individual combat and large-scale warfare. The Eastern Army guarded astonishing mechanical relics, ranging from individual units to the colossal Jin Tiandi. Only by joining the Special Legion would he gain privileged access. Ordinary forces would hardly ever receive such treasures. Status and merit were indispensable. The spatial stability of the world of Jin was astonishing. Even with thousands of universe masters locked in fierce combat, not a single ripple disturbed the surroundings. The natives of that world possessed far stronger foundations than those of the outer universe, with most operating at the 5th level or above. Bei Feng, enveloped in gray light and protected by supreme armor, unleashed attacks at the 6th level thanks to the burning divine power secret technique. The battle intensified. The weak struggled to survive by prolonging the fight, while the strong sought to distinguish themselves. Bei Feng and a powerful winged beast from the Red Camp stood out. The creature, equipped with a complete set of supreme treasures and a divine burning technique, dominated the confrontation. Bei Feng was violently thrown away, rolling across the sand. Luo Feng intervened instantly. Bei Feng, fall back. Leave this to me. His figure became an unpredictable streak of light. After more than 8 million years of cultivation, accelerated by a 10,000-fold time flow within the Donghua Inheritance River, his swordsmanship and close combat techniques had reached extraordinary refinement. He executed the movement Liu Jin, an approach technique created from the inheritances of the Blood Sea Patriarch Ren. The alien beast roared and charged. Luo Feng circled around it with surgical precision, positioning himself behind it. The blood shadow blade sliced through the air, transforming into a beam of light that formed a miniature universe, trapping the opponent inside. The creature frantically burned its divine power, but Luo Feng pressed forward without mercy. His superior control of energy and speed steadily exhausted the enemy, reducing its divine body to less than 50%. The difference in strength became obvious. While the beast relied on brutal bursts of divine power, Luo Feng combined refined ancient inheritances with a profound understanding of the laws. He still did not reveal his full potential. A complete display of strength would attract unwanted attention before he fully understood the internal structure of the army. All around them, the desert was stained with blood. Bodies fell every moment. Universe masters died rapidly under the intensity of the clashes, even though killing with a single strike was rare. The frantic pace claimed lives on a massive scale. At last, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone. If the previous suppression had been like a breeze, this one was like an infinite mountain crushing the earth. Every warrior was forced to kneel, completely unable to resist. Luo Feng personally felt the immensity of that power, a void true god revealing its full presence. The unicorn reappeared, floating above the 921 survivors. His cold eyes swept across the battlefield. You, and you. He pointed at Luo Feng and the winged beast. The two of you will join the Python River Army. The selection for the elite legion echoed like thunder. Luo Feng kept a calm expression, but inwardly celebrated this strategic advancement. The Python River Army represented a gateway to superior resources, mechanical treasures, and opportunities for advancement. His progress within the world of Jin was accelerating. The survivors were separated. The massacre had revealed the cruel laws of that world. Only the most capable deserved to advance. The races and beasts reacted with a mixture of despair and fierce ambition, fully aware that every death strengthened the military force serving the absent God-King. Luo Feng reflected on the cosmic implications. The world of Jin preserved the remnants of an era in which machines and inheritances made impossible leaps in power achievable. His own evolution, from a young warrior of Earth to the heir of ancient legacies, gained new momentum. With his divine body strengthened through long meditation and his techniques sharpened within the Inheritance River, he was prepared to absorb even more. The desert fell silent, but the true test was only beginning. Joining the Python River Army meant descending deeper into the machinery of the ancient war system. Mechanical treasures, genetic secrets, and the path toward becoming a true god awaited him. Luo Feng would not hesitate. Every battle, every death avoided, every step forward brought him closer to mastering not only the world of Jin, but also to redefining the destiny of his race across the vast universal ocean. The journey within the Eastern Army had only just begun, yet it already promised to elevate Luo Feng to unimaginable heights of strength and understanding. The fire of ambition burned more fiercely than ever. The protagonist moved forward, forged in the flames of life and death, ready to transform relentless challenges into stepping stones toward divine supremacy. With his body still marked by the fury of the recent battle, Luo Feng feels the weight of reality. The Blade Warrior, that terrifying figure, was busy fighting Wu He of Beijinhai. Without that, he and the others would probably not be alive. Around him, the survivors, warriors, and alien beasts celebrate with restrained excitement. The sorrow over the losses is brief. In the world of Jin, reincarnation is a living legend. Most of the strong fall early. Joining an army means accepting that 2/3 of the recruits will never return. Hurry! Hurry! The shouts echo. Giant arches appear out of nowhere in the desolate desert. 3 of them shine intensely. A true god wearing dark red armor, one-eyed with an imposing tail, approaches. His single red eye fixes on Luo Feng and the mutilated beast beside him. You two, come with me. I will take you to the Python River Army. Luo Feng and his companion obey immediately. They follow the true god through the arch, leaving the chaotic camp behind. Bei Feng shouts one final wish of good luck. Luo Feng answers in the same spirit. Here, in the army, individual will disappears. Bei Feng still does not have the talent to join an elite unit like the Anke army. His path will be longer, earned through sweat and merit. As they fly at nearly the speed of light across the vast military camp, Luo Feng senses the complete seal surrounding the area. Teleportation is blocked. The headquarters is a world of its own, designed to prevent escapes or infiltrations. During the journey, Wu He, the beast with 2 wings on his neck, starts a conversation. He reveals that he is the son of the master of Beijinhai. Luo Feng smiles and introduces himself as Yin He, a wanderer without a permanent home, something common amid the tribal wars and constant conflicts of the world of Jin. Wu He praises his performance during the selection. Luo Feng returns the compliment. The beast explains the structure. The Eastern Army houses several special corps. The Python River is only one of them. Recruits like them are few. Experienced veterans tend to look down on newcomers. Unity will be essential. Luo Feng understands. Military life is made of endless battles. The veterans possess the army's inheritance, years of joint training, and coordination forged through life and death. They seem formidable. Yet deep inside, Luo Feng knows that his Broken East River inheritance is on an entirely different level. Unless his opponent possesses a mechanical flow treasure capable of skipping levels, he holds the advantage. The headquarters is infinitely vast. After half a day of flying and passing through wormholes, they arrive at a colossal corridor filled with the shadows of warriors and beasts. The one-eyed god leaves them waiting outside an imposing hall, an armament station. Wu He explains that this is where sergeants exchange military merits for equipment. In the Python River Army, the danger is extremely high. Many fall, but those who survive accumulate glory. Merits can earn everything from armor to personal guards who are true gods, although the required service time is brutal. Luo Feng asks about mechanical treasures. Wu He's eyes shine. Yes, they exist. His own father possesses a powerful one, which allowed him to dominate the Northern Sea after retirement. However, accumulating enough merits to obtain one requires an enormous amount of time, even for true gods. In the world of Jin, older than imagination itself, time flows differently. Luo Feng, who came from the outer universe, smiles inwardly. Time is exactly what he can manage. The one-eyed god returns. With a gesture, 2 beams of light descend. Before them, 2 sets of armor materialize. Although you are only law lords, upon entering the Python River Army, you will receive the true god-grade battle armor, the Python River Armor. May it keep you alive on the battlefield, especially during this initial stage as recruits. Luo Feng holds the armor. He feels its aura. In the universe, it would be equivalent to an ordinary Supreme Zeon armor. Here, it is standard equipment for true gods serving in special units. Ordinary law lords could never dream of receiving it. The distinction between the true god level and the void level is clear. The Black Prison Tower and the Yanjin staff also belong to the ordinary Zeon class, while killing Wu Yuyi and the Star Tower are far more special. Following the instructions, Luo Feng easily recognizes the owner of the armor. The mad demonic armor is put away. Instantly, the Python River armor covers his body, deep dark red with circular black lines and a helmet shaped like a python's head. Wuha undergoes a similar transformation, becoming a dark red beast marked with the same patterns. 3 days pass at the headquarters before they reach their final destination, a massive lake with floating islands, its diameter measured in light years. Thousands of dark red figures dot the horizon. All of them wear the same armor bearing the python emblem. The one-eyed god announces in a thunderous voice that echoes across the lake. These are the new recruits of the Python River Army. Divide them into 6 major squads. Before leaving, he looks at Luo Feng and Wu He with one final silent piece of survival advice, then disappears in a beam of light. More than 20 figures teleport instantly, something possible only within the lake, and surround the 2 newcomers. Humanoids and alien beasts, all experienced veterans, examine them with evaluating gazes. Wu He proudly declares his name and the power of his divine body, measuring more than 1,000,000 kilometers in length. The leader, a tall and heavily built man with cold gray eyes, replies without emotion. In the army, your father's name means nothing. You two, tell me your names and what you can do. Luo Feng answers calmly. Yin He. My strength surpasses Wu He's. I specialize in close combat and evasion. The veteran studies them. Their talents are considered ordinary by the standards of the Python River Army. In half a month, the 6th squad will have the misfortune of receiving them. The order is clear. Absorb as much as possible from the Army's basic inheritance. Every additional drop of strength may mean survival. And the worst part, their very first mission is already classified as disaster level. The air grows heavy. Luo Feng feels the weight of his new reality. The Python River Army is not a simple outpost. It is a forge of titans, where every battle tests the limits, where the newly received armor may be the only barrier between life and reincarnation. As the veterans lead them deeper into the base, Luo Feng looks across the endless lake. His divine body throbs with restrained potential. The Broken East River inheritance pulses silently. Here begins his true rise in the world of Jin. Every merit, every battle, every transformation will bring him closer to the cosmic pinnacle. The outer universe awaits his return, but first he must conquer this army, or be consumed by it. The wind blows across the water. The dark red silhouettes move like predators. The journey of the warrior Yin He in the Python River Army has just begun. The captain of the 6th Squad of the 1st Battalion, a tall and powerfully built man with an expressionless face, stares at the 2 newcomers. Without wasting words, he hands them 2 crystal spheres the size of a finger, containing all the Army's regulations and essential knowledge. Return and train. Prepare yourselves. He orders them before disappearing in a beam of light. The other sergeants do not hide their skepticism. A green-skinned warrior with translucent wings named Kufa expresses aloud what everyone is thinking. How could 2 newcomers, with no time to absorb the Army's basic inheritance, possibly survive a disaster-level mission? One by one, the veterans leave, leaving Luo Feng and Wu He alone in the air. Wu He growls, visibly shaken. Luo Feng, with a thoughtful expression, asks for an explanation. The beast reveals the harsh hierarchy of military operations. Ordinary missions strengthen soldiers through repeated bloodshed. Once every 10,000 eras, a disaster-level mission appears, extremely dangerous. Once every 100 million eras, the dreaded reincarnation-level mission emerges, where death is almost certain. In the Python River Army, an elite unit, even routine missions are equivalent to the reincarnation level of ordinary armies. The disaster, therefore, represents a nightmare even for geniuses. Wu He explains that, in ordinary legions, the survival rate is higher because soldiers grow stronger gradually. Here, the pressure is brutal from the very beginning. The greater the talent, the greater the danger imposed by the King of Jin. Luo Feng absorbs every word. The system is merciless, yet brilliant. It deliberately selects the most promising individuals and throws them into the fiercest fire to forge true titans. With fire in his eyes, Wu He declares his ambition to surpass his father, the master of Beijinhai, and become even more powerful. The precious inheritance and mechanical flow treasures make the risk worthwhile. Ordinary legions produce average warriors. The special legions forge legends, the two separate to choose islands. The lake is divided into 3 large areas for the brigades. Each squad has its own territory. Luo Feng teleports and flies like a rainbow toward an island about 10,000 kilometers in diameter. A simple stone residence stands at its center. He wastes no time making changes. He lands quickly, extends his divine power into the depths, and touches a buried prismatic beam. Its color changes. The island now has an owner. No one can invade it. Lying on a huge stone chair on the roof, with his divine body reduced to a mere 100 kilometers in height, Luo Feng gazes across the vast lake dotted with islands. His mind works at full speed. He has successfully entered the Python River Army, a special corps of the Eastern Army. The next mission will arrive in 1 year. Precious time. His thoughts turn to the path of divine power. He urgently needs the blood, scales, and armor of powerful true gods to send back to the original universe. Military merits are the key to everything. Treasures, resources, and evolution. Luo Feng sinks into his inner analysis. As a flesh and blood being, his understanding of life structure has reached the pinnacle among humans. The new Yuhai clone, made of flesh, can reach a life genetic level of 10,081 times. Meanwhile, the Demon Killer Clan Avatar, an energy life form, remains at a modest 5,000 times, progressing slowly due to a lack of focus. The path is arduous. Advancing the genetic level becomes exponentially more difficult. He has already completely mastered the 10,081 times level, allowing the Yuhai clone to condense rapidly from a 1,000-fold size into a perfect divine body 100,000 kilometers tall. However, breaking beyond the perfect limit and reaching 15,000, 30,000, 60,000, or 90,000 times requires monumental leaps. 4 major barriers stand before him. The first breakthrough beyond perfection, followed by the thresholds of 30,000, 60,000, and 90,000 times. Studying the corpses of true gods such as Master Tar Hao Lei, along with blood samples from figures like the Chaos City Lord and Sitting Mountain, provides valuable clues, but they are not enough. Luo Feng needs much more material. Cultivation follows 2 main paths: analyzing the structure of billions of life forms and forms of matter, and creating life. Creating beings capable of reproduction is the ultimate challenge, touching the very origin of life. Energy life forms, such as those created by the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds, are much simpler. Luo Feng estimates that, after reaching at least 50,000 times, he will be able to create reproductive life and use that achievement to accelerate his own evolution along the path of divine power. Many true god corpses, many merits, he murmurs to himself. Standing up, he flies like a ribbon toward the central island of the lake, where the basic inheritance site of the Python River Army is located. Stone pillars support crystal spheres. Wu He is already absorbing information from one of them, his body coiled, his wings vibrating with concentration. Yin He, Wu He calls, releasing the pillar. The disaster-level mission is approaching. We need to master this as soon as possible. He explains that in ordinary legions, every inheritance requires merits. Here, among the elite, the basic inheritance is granted free of charge, a rare and valuable privilege. Luo Feng agrees and extends his divine power, penetrating every sphere simultaneously. A torrent of knowledge floods into him. Treasure refinement, machine forging, close combat techniques, illusions, combination arts, and secrets of burning divine power. Everything is far more practical and profound than he had imagined. Every skill is focused on increasing immediate effectiveness on the battlefield. The secret technique of burning divine power, for example, has only 1 layer accessible to law lords, equivalent to the first volume of Broken Destruction. True gods can access the second. Everything beyond that will require merits in the future. Luo Feng absorbs everything with great eagerness. Every secret becomes another piece of his arsenal. His divine body, his genetic understanding, and his broken East River inheritance all intertwine. While the veterans doubt his survival, he calmly calculates every variable. The disaster level will test his limits, but it will also accelerate his growth beyond comparison. The lake shines beneath the distant light. Islands float like isolated fortresses. On one of them, Luo Feng, now the master of his own domain, closes his eyes and immerses himself in the inheritance. Nearby, Wu He trains with relentless fury. Time passes quickly. In 1 year, the disaster will arrive. For Luo Feng, who came from a distant universe, every challenge is an opportunity. His divine body still hides untapped potential. His clones await further evolution. His path toward the cosmic pinnacle gains new momentum within the Python River army. The storm is approaching, but the warrior Yinhe is ready to face it and emerge transformed, stronger, and closer to mastering forces capable of shaking stellar realms. Luo Feng mentally records the entire fundamental inheritance of the Python River army. Although different from the unique path of the Broken East River, it proves to be extremely refined, surpassing even the memory stones of ancient civilizations he had previously studied. It is a superior inheritance, even if only its most basic layer. In the future, every advancement will require military merits earned through blood. He carefully analyzes the secret of burning divine power. Mastering the first stage will allow him to perform the first layer of destruction without difficulty. However, openly using the Broken East River version within the world of Jin would be suicidal. The management of inheritances is strict. Any discrepancy would lead to a fatal investigation. Amid his training, his consciousness returns to the Xin Yuhai clone, seated on the 9th floor of a grand hall in the Milky Way sacred land. The space around him reveals endless streams of time. Suddenly, a light appears. The two-faced ancestral god of the ancestral religion approaches with a smile. Luo Feng receives him with genuine warmth. Among the 3 great ancestral gods, this is the one who saved his life and earned his trust. After a brief conversation, the ancestral god reveals the purpose of his visit. He represents the original will of the primordial universe. Luo Feng shows controlled surprise. The original will knows about his achievements in the world of Jin. He was the first to enter and obtained the greatest rewards. Luo Feng's pupils contract. The Python River armor, the standard equipment of a true god, provides solid defense, but he notices its limitations. It protects the divine body against attacks below the 7th level without damage, while the armor extended by the wings of killing Wu Yuyi withstands attacks up to the 8th level. The army armor's defensive limit is clearly lower. This further strengthens his admiration for the Broken East River inheritance. Beyond the armor, the true treasure is his position as a sergeant within a special corps. Access to more advanced inheritances and rewards through military merits is unmatched. Very few from the original universe have managed to join the armies, and almost none have reached an elite unit like this one. The two-faced ancestral god intensifies his aura, carrying the pressure of the original will, a force that surpasses void true gods. He explains that this era is abnormal. The 4th Jedi has appeared, bringing both opportunity and catastrophe. The original will sees Luo Feng as the future strongest being in the universe, superior even to the original ancestor. Every calamity will fall upon his shoulders. The solution lies within the world of Jin. Follow the rules of the world of Jin. Become as powerful as possible. You are a child of the primordial universe. Whatever harms you also harms us. The words echo like hammer blows. The ancestral smiles and leaves, leaving Luo Feng in silence. The original will values him as its sword, guiding him to destroy its enemies. Luo Feng understands. The origin does not act directly, but uses powerful hands. He does not deny the alliance of interests, but he knows that true authority will come only when his strength surpasses everyone else's. In the virtual universe at the top of Thunder Island, Luo Feng meets the Chaos City Lord. He records and delivers the secret technique of burning divine power from the Python River army. The Chaos City Lord examines it carefully. Luo Feng warns him that, in the world of Jin, using techniques that cannot be explained could lead to execution. The management of inheritances is ruthless. He also shares the original will's message about the great catastrophe. The Chaos City Lord responds with a cold snort. Catastrophes are not always absolute. The Eastern Emperor Holy Land has survived countless eras. Increasing one's strength is essential, but there is no need to panic. He explains that more experts from the universe are dying in the world of Jin. The God-Eye race, for example, has already lost members while they were still inside the military headquarters. Ordinary armies allow internal conflicts. The special armies are more controlled, but infinitely more demanding. Luo Feng smiles. The advantage is on his side. Back in the world of Jin, on the basic inheritance island, Wu Hei approaches, flying over in excitement. Yin Hei, tomorrow we begin the army mission. Disaster level. Have you made progress with the inheritances? Luo Feng answers naturally. I have mastered the secret technique of burning divine power. Wu Hei freezes. The wings on his neck become motionless, and his eyes widen in disbelief. Only a very short time has passed. He recalls their previous battle. Even without burning divine power, Luo Feng had surpassed him. His blade technique condensed incomparable power, piercing his original armor and causing tremendous depletion of his divine body. His evasive movements and sudden changes of speed in close combat had been impossible to predict. During half an hour of fierce fighting, fewer than 1,000 of the 3,000 participants survived the initial demonstration. Luo Feng struck him countless times, reducing Wu's divine body to 50%. The beast stammers in astonishment. Luo Feng simply smiles. His progress is silent, yet explosive. Every inheritance he absorbs, every genetic analysis, every mastered layer of divine power burning widens the gap between him and everyone else. His divine body, optimized by its superior life structure, responds with limitless potential. While the primordial universe places its hopes in him, Luo Feng remains focused on what truly matters, growing stronger while following the rules of the world of Jin. Night falls over the endless lake. The islands float like silent sentinels. Tomorrow, the disaster will test his preparation. Elite missions do not forgive weakness. Veterans fall. Geniuses perish. But Luo Feng carries the Broken East River inheritance, the armor he has just obtained, and a path of evolution that transcends the ordinary. The clone in the Milky Way Holy Land continues cultivating. The avatar in the world of Jin waits for the summons. The original will watches. The Chaos City Lord and the human forces place their trust in him. Amid cosmic catastrophes and ancient intrigues, Luo Feng advances step by step toward the pinnacle. The wind blows gently across the water. Wu Hei withdraws to rest, murmuring hopes of survival. Luo Feng remains standing, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The true test is about to begin, and he is ready to turn disaster into a stepping stone toward supremacy. The progress of a warrior whom the universe has chosen as its greatest hope has just gained new momentum. Tomorrow will bring fire, blood, and revelations. And Luo Feng, Yin Hei of the Python River Army, will march into the heart of the storm. On the roof of an isolated stone house on his private island, Luo Feng sat cross-legged on a massive stone slab, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The air was heavy with anticipation. A disaster-level mission. Words that sounded like an invitation into the abyss, but also the gateway to an enormous amount of military merit. In the Python River Army, everything revolved around those merits. Without them, there were no treasures, no progress, only the slow wait for an anonymous death. Meanwhile, at one of the Eastern Army's armament points, the atmosphere was filled with lively discussion. 16 squads were arguing intensely about how to spend more than 260,000 accumulated military merits. Voices rose as plans took shape. Suddenly, 6 figures appeared, carrying an air of superiority that deeply irritated everyone present. A bunch of fools, they muttered with contempt, while the captains and sergeants ground their teeth in anger. But the moment of truth had arrived. A voice echoed across every island of the 6th squad. Assemble! Luo Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing on his face. Finally, with a smooth motion, he soared into the sky, leaving the island behind. The moment he crossed its territorial boundary, he teleported directly to Basic Heritage Island, the standard gathering place for the entire camp. Wu Hei was already waiting for him there. The imposing alien beast with wings fluttering around its neck quickly approached. Yin Hei, he transmitted, our 6 teams have a total of 39 sergeants. The 37 veterans are not united. They are divided into 3 main factions. The group of 18 led by the captain, the group of 10 led by Kufa, and the group of 9 under Yu Luo. Luo Feng carefully observed the scene as they landed on the island. More than 30 figures had already gathered, clearly separated into 3 distinct circles. The captain radiated calm authority. Kufa appeared to be the most approachable. Yu Luo, with his green appearance and 18 razor-sharp claws, exuded a savage, bloodthirsty aura that attracted most of the squad's alien beasts. The looks they received were anything but friendly. The three groups made one thing perfectly clear. "Do not come near us," Wu He whispered. "The captain is fair, Kufa has a good temperament, but Yu Luo, he is completely insane. They have survived countless battles together. Accepting new recruits now, especially for a disaster-level mission, would only disrupt their perfect coordination." The captain addressed the two new recruits coldly. "Yin He, Wu He. During this mission, you can rely only on yourselves. Understood?" "Of course," Wu He replied with a strained smile. Luo Feng simply nodded. There were no illusions. To the veterans, they were uncertain pieces, lacking enough time cultivating within the heritage, and without enough military merits to exchange for powerful treasures. Unless fortune favored them beyond reason, their fate already seemed sealed. Before long, every group was complete. "Let us carry out this mission," the captain ordered. With a thunderous burst, the four groups, the captain's group, Kufa's group, Yu Luo's group, and the small pair of recruits, shot into the sky. A series of group teleportations carried them far away until, after nearly a full day of travel, they arrived before a sinister black hall filled with disturbing sculptures. The moment they approached, a beam of light enveloped them. A voice echoed directly inside their minds, delivering the mission details with military precision. Location: Juyanzi. Objective: accumulate 10,000 military merits. Rules: killing one true god grants 10,000 military merits with the corpse required as proof. Killing one lawmaster grants 1 military merit with the inherited weapon required as proof. Deadline: before the next mission. Failure will result in punishment under military law. The impact was immediate. The faces of Luo Feng and Wu He turned pale. Juyanze. Luo Feng vividly remembered that vast region wrapped in 9 layers of dense smoke that he had seen during his journey to the army. It was a powerful force filled with countless true gods and lawmasters. Killing a single true god alone would already be an epic challenge, requiring time and precision. But there, deep inside enemy territory, any movement would attract reinforcements. Wu He panicked. "This is insane. Juyanzi is not as powerful as my father's northern sea, but it has countless true gods. If we are surrounded..." Luo Feng calmly analyzed every variable. His current divine body, after countless ages of intense cultivation, had become extraordinarily powerful. In a one-on-one battle, he had a genuine chance against an ordinary true god, as long as the opponent was not hiding inside a supreme palace. However, the inhabitants of Juyanzi were not fools. A single attack would attract waves of reinforcements. Facing dozens or even hundreds of true gods at once, even with the tomb boat, would be suicide. If we kill lawmasters instead, we would need 10,000 of them, he thought. Impossible without attracting attention. And if we are surrounded, not even the tomb boat can guarantee our escape. The tension in the air was overwhelming. Silence fell over the 39 sergeants. Everyone felt the crushing weight of that mission. It was not merely dangerous, it was practically impossible for a divided group. The captain finally broke the silence, sweeping his gaze across everyone. The mission specifically states that the targets must belong to Juyanzi. We cannot simply hunt random true gods throughout the universe. When we return, the army will verify everything directly with Juyanzi. Any attempt to deceive them will be discovered. He paused, his deep voice carrying the weight of centuries of experience. If that restriction did not exist, we could hunt them one by one with patience. But here, every kill will draw the others. We will be surrounded. That is why. "I believe we have no choice this time. We must join forces." The captain's words hung in the air like a decree. The 3 veteran groups, once isolated within their own circles of trust, exchanged tense glances. The recruits, Luo Feng and Wu He, despite their impressive strength, remained dangerous unknowns. But survival demanded adaptation. Juyanze was waiting. Its 9 layers of dense mist concealed both horrors and opportunities. For Luo Feng, this mission was not merely about military merits. It was the first true test of his growth within the Python River Army. His divine body, his understanding of the laws, and his determination would all be pushed to their limits. The fate of the 6th Squad was about to be written in blood and glory within the 9 mists of Juyanzi, and Luo Feng, the Milky Way, was ready to leave his indelible mark. Within the shadows of the sinister black hall, the tension cut through the air like a sharpened blade. The captain's proposal for unity met immediate resistance. Luo, the green-scaled being covered from head to toe with 18 ferocious claws, fixed his cold gaze upon the captain and the 17 sergeants standing behind him. His voice carried years of accumulated resentment. "Join forces with you, Captain. When I was a recruit, I followed your orders during previous missions. What was the result? I was used as disposable bait. If it had not been for my exceptional ability to survive and the treasures passed down by my grandfather, I would have died on my very first mission. A leader like you inspires no confidence in a disaster-level mission." The 8 sergeants behind Luo supported him with mocking expressions. The captain roared in response, defending himself. Every sergeant possessed different strengths, backgrounds, and talents. An inexperienced recruit had no right to judge his tactical decisions, but Luo refused to yield. "The 9 of us swore to protect one another with our lives. As for you, we will never place our fate in your hands." With a dismissive gesture, Luo and his group turned away, heading directly toward a twisted spatial wormhole near the hall. In an instant, the 9 figures vanished into the vortex, setting out alone toward the dangers of Juyanze. Anger overwhelmed the captain and his followers. Kufa, with her graceful beauty and calm temperament, was questioned next. She gently shook her head. "I do not need a forced alliance. However, the journey to Juyanze is long and filled with danger. I possess a palace-level supreme warship. We can travel together, and once we reach the 9 mists, each group will follow its own path." Luo Feng and Wu He exchanged a quick glance and agreed. Together with Kufa's 10 sergeants, the 12 warriors boarded the magnificent treasure ship. The captain, now isolated with his group of 18, watched their departure with a cold expression. His sergeants encouraged him. "Captain, we do not need them. Under your leadership, we will complete the mission." The burly leader snorted. "Kufa and Luo underestimate Juyanze. Recently, the territory fought a major battle against Hyunyu Mountain. Security is at its highest level. Only complete cooperation offers a real chance of success. We shall see how many survive into the next era." His confidence was not without reason. The captain was the strongest member of the squad, with unmatched longevity and valuable mechanical treasures. During extreme missions, his selfish yet effective experience had already saved lives. Following him was dangerous, but following the others could mean the complete destruction of the group. As the 3 groups traveled along separate paths toward the 9 mists, the focus shifted to a new warrior who had just arrived at the Eastern Army headquarters, an imposing alien beast with an enormous golden shell covering its body, the frenzied demon. His journey there had been brutal. After entering the world of Jin, he had faced pursuit by true gods, desperate battles, and a miraculous escape thanks to his exceptional defense. He learned the language of the ancient civilizations and came to understand the structure of this world. The army was the path to endless inheritances and treasures. As a true god, his admission had been relatively easy. Only 3 out of every 10 applicants were eliminated. He survived and received the army's standard armor. Now, standing before the armament point, the frenzied demon was determined to improve his arsenal. As he entered the hall, space itself seemed to distort, transporting him into a prosperous environment similar to the virtual universe, yet far more advanced. His entire physical body was drawn inside. A golden figure greeted him. "True Sergeant, state your request." Without hesitation, he presented his blood sea magic armor, a supreme treasure that had accompanied him across the universe. "I wish to exchange this for military merits and then select new treasures." The golden figure examined the item. "This is a void true god-level armor. It is worth 300,000 military merits." The frenzied demon's heart raced with excitement. He accepted immediately. With the merits now in hand, an enormous curtain of light appeared before him, displaying endless lists of legendary treasures. After making his careful selections, he emerged from the hall transformed. His companions were waiting outside. "I did it. I exchanged it for a Supreme Xeon Palace and 4 complete Supreme Xeon attack sets. Now I possess a complete arsenal, powerful defense, devastating offense, and unmatched means of escape. Back in the universe, I always acted cautiously. Here, I am ready for anything." He laughed with satisfaction. "It is a pity that I do not belong to a special legion. There, I could exchange for even more advanced mechanical flow treasures. While the frenzied demon celebrated his newfound strength, the groups of the sixth squad continued through the wormholes. Inside Kufa's supreme warship, Luo Feng remained calm. Within the world of Jin, the cosmic laws were radically different from those of the Sea of Universe. There were no clones. Every being, from an immortal to a true god, possessed only a single divine body. The divine kingdoms and miniature universes of every powerful expert were anchored within the vast central origin space of the world of Jin, completely inaccessible. No one could drag an enemy into their miniature universe to kill them. This made traveling inside another person's treasure much safer. Kufa could imprison them, but she could not easily kill them, and any betrayal would be punished under the army's military law. This unique system of the world of Jin leveled part of the battlefield while greatly increasing the dangers inside hostile territory, such as Juyanzi. The dense mist concealed overwhelming forces. Each slain true god would earn 10,000 military merits, but would also trigger a chain reaction. Killing lawmasters would require a massive slaughter. Time was short, and failure meant execution under military law. Luo Feng reflected upon his own progress. His divine body, tempered through countless ages of intense cultivation, represented a tremendous improvement over ordinary recruits. Combined with his understanding of the laws and the potential of the tomb boat, he was no longer a helpless newcomer. Wu He, the son of a powerful master, carried his own confidence and influential connections. Together, within Kufa's group, they formed a promising yet fragile temporary alliance. The division of the squad revealed the deep fractures among the veterans. Distrust, old scars, and clashing egos. Yuluo relied on the loyalty of his bloodthirsty band. Kufa chose pragmatism and strategic separation. The captain trusted only his own overwhelming strength. 3 different paths. 1 deadly objective. As the supreme warship cut through the void for 12 days toward the 9 mists, the cosmic tension continued to rise. Juyanzi was not merely a territory. It was a living fortress, scarred by recent conflicts and protected by extreme vigilance. Any kill would upset the local balance of power, drawing enraged hordes of true gods. The frenzied demon, now equipped with his new collection of supreme treasures, embodied the transformative potential offered by the army. From a terrified fugitive to a complete warrior, his journey mirrored Luo Feng's own path, relentless adaptation within a hostile universe. The sixth squad marched toward the flames. Some would fall. Others would emerge stronger, their divine bodies and inheritances evolving through the blood they shed. Luo Feng could sense his own imminent progress, not only in military merits, but also in his understanding of the supreme laws of the world of Jin. Deep within the 9 mists, destiny was waiting. And when the first battles erupted, the universe would witness the roar of warriors who refused to remain mere pawns. Back at the Eastern Army camp, the frenzied demon reflected on the crucial differences between the ordinary legions and the special legions. The list of treasures displayed at the armament point still echoed in his mind. Many advanced mechanical artifacts, powerful inheritances, and exclusive weapons demanded astronomical prices or were simply unavailable to ordinary soldiers. Even the items that were available cost far more military merits than they did for the elite units. Joining a special legion would be suicide at my current level, he thought, shaking his head. His ambition was clear: to survive the cycle of reincarnation through the next 3 eras and return to the Sea of Universe as a transformed being. For now, his focus was mastering his new treasures. He had acquired a Supreme Xeon Palace and a Supreme Xeon Combined Attack Set, the most valuable acquisition of his exchange. The secret technique contained within the set promised not only immediate power, but also profound insights that could carry him to the limit of a true god. I need to accumulate more military merits, exchange them for more Xeon treasures, and trade them in the Sea of Universe. The longer I wait, the greater the risk that others will discover this secret. With renewed determination, the frenzied demon and his alien companion departed from the hall, laughing as they made plans for the future. His growth demonstrated the limitless potential the army offered to those bold enough to seize its opportunities. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Juyanze, a region ruled by dense mist and colossal creatures, danger hung like a living shadow. On the outer edge, a black supreme warship briefly materialized among the lush vegetation. Several vigilant figures emerged from within. Kufa, her voice clear and composed, announced, "We have arrived at Juyanze. Yinhei, Wuhei, this is where we part ways. Good luck to both of you." The sergeants in her group looked at the two recruits with expressions that mixed respect and concern. Luo Feng and Wu Hei thanked them and silently transformed into swift shadows, disappearing into the dense forest. Kufa and the others departed in their own direction, fully aware that a disaster-level mission allowed no permanent alliances. Alone on the outskirts, Wu He grumbled, "In the northern sea, I wandered freely without fearing any provocation. Here in Juyanze, I have to hide like an insect." Luo Feng reminded him of the seriousness of their situation. Failing the mission meant unavoidable military punishment, something that not even Wu He's father could prevent. "Galaxy, what is the plan?" Wu He asked anxiously. "There are countless powerful alien beasts here. Killing a true god would require the full extent of our strength, and even then, it would take far too long. In enemy territory, we would be surrounded before we finished." Luo Feng frowned, analyzing the situation with cold precision. His current divine body, forged through countless ages of rigorous cultivation within the army, granted him power beyond that of most lawmasters and the ability to fight true gods head-on. However, the duration of such battles was his greatest weakness. Juyanze did not forgive delays. "There is no need to rush," Luo Feng replied in a low, steady voice. "We have almost an entire era before the next mission. Plenty of time to observe and plan." Wu He let out a sigh of relief, though he remained uneasy. Luo Feng looked directly at him. "This mission requires you to listen to me. If you agree, we will act together. Otherwise, each of us will go our own way." Wu He's eyes lit up. "If you have a plan, I'll follow you. First, we need to understand the true situation in Juyanze," Luo Feng explained. "Acting without intelligence is foolish. Only by understanding the terrain, the forces, and the situation can we create opportunities." For half a year, the two cautiously explored the outskirts, moving like ghosts through the mist and dense vegetation. Half a year of silent surveillance, avoiding detection while recording every detail. Then, on a day marked by fierce winds that stirred the wild grass, they witnessed a battle. Dozens of figures clashed in a fierce fight. On one side stood 13 alien beasts with scales, 4 hooves, long necks, and triangular heads, warriors of Juyanze. On the other side were more than 20 burly tribal warriors resembling powerful humans, heavily armed and savage. "For the worthless scraps of Hunfu Mountain! You were defeated last time and you still dare to attack?" roared the leading beast. "Kill those insects from Xuanwu Mountain!" War cries echoed across the battlefield. The alien beasts possessed stronger divine bodies, while the tribal warriors compensated with superior numbers and relentless ferocity. The surrounding space trembled violently. Weapons collided, cosmic energies erupted, and divine bodies suffered rapidly increasing damage. Without true god-level armor, the consumption of divine power was tremendous. The battle was heading toward a bloody conclusion. Wu He transmitted, "They're killing each other. Without powerful armor, their divine bodies will be exhausted quickly. We can wait until it's over and collect the inherited weapons as proof for military merits. The army will verify everything with Juyanze afterward." "Do not rush," Luo Feng interrupted, remaining focused. "We've explored the outskirts for half a year and have encountered only 3 battles. Juyanze is enormous. How many similar battles do you think are taking place right now?" Wu He's eyes widened. "Tens of thousands?" "Exactly. And notice something important. During the previous battles, the energy fluctuations were intense, yet no reinforcements arrived. This time, we clearly heard them mention Xuanwu Mountain, a nearby tribal force led by 4 void true gods, while Juyanze is ruled by 3. Wu He confirmed what he already knew. The two powers rarely entered open war because the cost would be catastrophic. But the existence of multiple battles suggested a hidden war, with temporary periods of restraint during which lower-ranking warriors fought one another. Luo Feng's thoughts accelerated. His strategic mind, sharpened through countless trials in the Sea of Universe and now within the world of Jin, recognized the pattern. They're at war. We can take advantage of that. We can lure individual true gods into conflict, weaken them, and claim their corpses. Lure true gods? Wu He hesitated. That sounds impossible. A large army is difficult to manipulate, but individuals? That is possible, Luo Feng said, his eyes shining with determination. His plan was already taking shape. A subtle trap built upon the existing chaos. Listen to me and follow my instructions exactly. Without wasting any time, the two quietly withdrew from the area, once again disappearing into the protective mist. Luo Feng led with surgical precision, evaluating every possible risk. His progress was remarkable, not only in the raw power of his divine body, but also in his ability to turn intelligence into a deadly advantage. Within the world of Jin, where clones did not exist and divine kingdoms remained far away within the central origin space, every decision carried cosmic weight. A single mistake could draw the wrath of entire factions. Success, however, would mean a tremendous leap in military merits and personal growth. Xuanwu Mountain and Juyanzi, two neighboring titans, provided the perfect battlefield. The reactions of the opposing races, the alien beasts and the tribal warriors, would become part of Luo Feng's strategy. The implications went far beyond 10,000 military merits. Every true god corpse represented not only proof of accomplishment, but also a blow against the local balance of power. Wu He, who had been anxious at first, now placed complete trust in Luo Feng. The partnership between the human genius and the beast heir promised explosive results. Deep within the 9-layered mist, the deadly game had begun. Luo Feng was not seeking a direct confrontation. He intended to orchestrate chaos. When the true gods were drawn into his trap, the universe would witness yet another chapter of his legend unfold. The Milky Way was no longer merely a recruit. He had become a strategist capable of making titans dance to his tune. What came next would determine not only the fate of the Sixth Squad, but also the next chapter in Luo Feng's unstoppable rise within the world of Jin. On the outskirts of Juyanzi, the air vibrated with the echoes of fierce clashes. Lawmasters from both factions collided in small-scale battles, while no true god intervened directly. For the main forces, these skirmishes served as the sharpening of blades before the real confrontation. Sturdy warriors, the true pillars of their races, charged like living mountains against colossal alien beasts whose fangs gleamed with deadly coldness. Every swing of an axe made the ground tremble, and the space of the world of Jin, stable enough to withstand such fury, endured where the primordial universe would already have shattered. War cries echoed without pause. Kill! Kill! The blood of warriors and monsters stained the land as fangs and blades clashed in a savage frenzy. Suddenly, orders arrived. Through the communication tokens of the tribal leaders of Xuanwu Mountain, the voice of command rang out clearly and without room for negotiation. Retreat immediately. The warriors, still consumed by battle frenzy, halted the slaughter and withdrew with military discipline. Warships appeared, swallowing the retreating troops as they pulled back in orderly formation. On the opposite side, the beasts of Juyanzi roared in frustration, unable to pursue. Almost at the same time, throughout the entire outskirts of the Nine Smokes, complete teams, some engaged in open combat and others lying in ambush, received the same directive. One by one, the forces of Xuanwu Mountains silently withdrew, disappearing from the battlefield. Luo Feng, who had been advancing stealthily with Wu He, stopped abruptly. His sharpened senses swept through the surroundings, yet something felt wrong, strange. Why can't I find any of Xuanwu Mountain's experts? Wu He, growing anxious, voiced the same concern. How could they carry out the plan of provoking conflict and profiting like the fisherman who benefits from the fight between the snipe and the clam if the primary targets had vanished? They had already discovered 6 battle sites. At each one, the captain's group, disguised as Xuanwu Mountain warriors, waited until the fighting ended before attacking the weakened survivors, even eliminating Juyanzi lawmasters. The tribal alliance was enormous. No one would question the presence of additional humanoids amid the chaos. But now, the silence was unsettling. The captain, his impassive gray eyes beneath his enormous horns, made a decision. We won't continue the disguise for now. The sudden disappearance of so many conflicts could raise suspicion. If Juyanzi notices a strange pattern, they may send true gods. We'll wait. Small conflicts should continue even during a truce. Meanwhile, many kilometers away, on a barren wasteland, an overwhelming force gathered. Thousands of majestic figures floated in the air, their crushing auras making the void tremble. True gods joined the main army, which consisted of dense ranks of lawmasters. They represented 4 tribes under Xuanwu Mountain, each led by a patriarch at the void true god level. 3 figures dominated the front. The being at the center radiated a power that froze the surrounding space, completely isolating that legion from the outside world. His icy voice, filled with ancient fury, cut through the silence. Zhu Yanzi has provoked Xuanwu Mountain too many times. Last time, they dared to attack us. Today, we will show them that Xuanwu Mountain is not easy prey. We will punish them with death. The unified roar of millions echoed. Punish Zhu Yanzi! Punish the 9 smokes! The spirit of battle ignited every warrior, turning the entire assembly into a sea of uncontrollable fury. Advance! With a thunderous roar that shook the cosmos, the immense fleet of tribal warriors vanished into the void, heading directly toward Zhu Yanzi. Luo Feng and Wu He, hidden within dense vegetation near the region, sensed the change before they even saw it. Suddenly, a black pressure covered the distant horizon. Millions of tribal warriors, each standing tens of thousands of kilometers tall, formed a living cloud that darkened the sky. They resembled walking mountains, a force capable of sweeping away everything before them. Luo Feng's eyes widened in genuine shock. Never had he witnessed such a terrifying scale. Beside him, Wu He raised his head, his face lit with wild excitement. It's the battle, the real war between Xuanwu Mountain and Zhu Yanzi, not those small skirmishes. The 3 leading the army must be void true gods, a decisive battle involving beings at that level. Incredible. The world changed color, time and space twisted. In the blink of an eye, the entire Zhu Yanzi region, including Luo Feng, Wu He, and the other hidden groups, was swallowed. The sky, the earth, the endless days surrounding them, everything transformed into a hazy void. Zhu Yanzi had been completely isolated, severed from the rest of the world of Jin. With a single thought, the void becomes reality, Luo Feng murmured in fascination. This was the terrifying power of void true gods. Within the world of Jin, they were absolute hegemonies. In the outside universe, they could transcend reincarnation, establishing sacred land universes that ensured the eternal existence of their races. Luo Feng calmly analyzed the implications. Xuanwu Mountain was not retreating. It was preparing for a full-scale assault. His previous plans required urgent adjustments. Entering the tiger's den disguised as a wandering alien beast through the giant golden-horned beast was a risky but feasible option. Blending into one of Zhu Yanzi's reinforcement teams, waiting until they moved far enough away, then killing a true god to complete the mission of 10,000 military achievements. Everything demanded surgical precision. The risks were enormous. The unknown number of universe masters serving as escorts, the number of true gods protecting Zhu Yanzi, the possibility of traps. Hunting law masters one by one would also take far too much time. The fisherman method remained the most efficient. Kill a Zhu Yanzi true god and immediately escape aboard the tomb boat. The tension continued to rise. What had once been isolated skirmishes was now becoming a war that would shake the power structure of the world of Jin. Luo Feng, now stronger as a lawmaster and secretly supported by the giant golden-horned beast, saw not only danger, but also the opportunity for a colossal leap in his journey. The black cloud of warriors drew closer. The void isolation imposed by the void true god transformed the battlefield into a private domain of divine fury. The distant cries of beasts and the thunder of gigantic footsteps echoed across the land. The great battle was about to erupt, and Luo Feng, concealed in the shadows, prepared to dance on the razor's edge between life and death, hunter and prey. Since arriving in the world of Jin, Luo Feng had nurtured a deep curiosity about void true gods, beings who surpassed even the already formidable true gods. Combining the knowledge passed down through the Donghua lineage with the information he had gathered in the world of Jin and his conversations with Wu He, he gradually began to understand the cosmic scale of this evolution. An ordinary true god possesses a miniature universe of his own, and within the primordial universe enjoys the gift of speaking and having the law obey. This ability, however, is not the result of genuine understanding but a concession granted by the original will of the universe, similar to innate talents such as the cloning ability. In the world of Jin, this gift does not function in the same way, and during intense battles against universe masters, the original will can withdraw, limiting the true god's power. The transition to a void true god represents a monumental qualitative leap. The understanding of the universe deepens dramatically. Based on the laws he has mastered, the being gains absolute control over a portion of the void, not as a temporary favor, but as inherent and irrevocable authority. Not even the original will can deprive him of this ability. With a single thought, the void becomes reality. Within this domain, the void true god unleashes devastating combat power, slaughtering true gods and universe masters without restriction. That is why every one of them becomes an uncontested sovereign within the world of Jin. The entirety of Juyanzi lay isolated within an oppressive void, surrounded by dense mist. An ancient, furious voice burst forth from the depths. "Idiots of Xuanwu Mountain, how dare you invade my 9 smokes?" The power of the void surrounding the mist intensified, competing for control of space against the isolation imposed by the invaders. From the mist emerged imposing and terrifying figures. Colossal beasts and true gods roared in unison. At the front, 3 dominant existences led the counteroffensive. At the center stood Juyan, the ancient sovereign of Juyanze. Her body, covered in green scale armor, resembled an ancient fish with multiple antennae, supporting 9 beautiful and imposing heads. Legends described her as the existence that gave the territory its name. Alongside her, the other void true gods of Juyanze and their powerful subordinates soared into the sky, forming a living wall against the invasion. Hidden within the dense vegetation, Luo Feng and Wu He watched the confrontation with caution and astonishment. Wu He recognized Juyan's power, commenting that even his father, the master of Beijianhai, had expressed admiration for her, although he considered her temperament unpredictable and difficult to deal with. Luo Feng noticed that Juyanzi possessed 3 void gods. Wu He explained with a cunning laugh that the other 2 had taken refuge there after being hunted down, and that his father could eliminate them with ease. The revelation surprised Luo Feng. Could there really be such a disparity even among void true gods? It made sense. As a lawmaster, he himself might need time to kill an ordinary true god. Yet he could annihilate universe masters of the same level in a single move. Among void gods, absolute suppression was also to be expected. Wu He confirmed that, among both the tribal forces and the alien beasts, the highest known level was the void true god. Luo Feng asked whether there were higher realms. Wu He answered with reverence that there were the generals of the 4 armies, east, north, south, and west, who commanded the supreme military forces of the world of Jin. According to legend, they had surpassed the void stage and reached an even higher realm, although not even Wu He's father revealed any details. While the 2 spoke quietly, the tension in the sky reached its peak. Insults and provocations echoed between the leaders. Juyan responded arrogantly to Xuanwu Mountain's threats, even offering them refuge in exchange for submission. The reply came as a collective roar of fury. "Punish those abominable 9 smokes!" The 2 armies collided like black clouds swallowing half the sky. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Chaos erupted in all its destructive glory. Luo Feng held his breath. Wu He trembled with excitement. The sheer number of combatants could compensate for differences in individual strength. Tens of thousands of united lawmasters could force even a true god to retreat. Thousands of true gods could challenge a void god. Mechanical treasures such as the dove painting amplified this potential even further, allowing hundreds of gods to wield the combined strength of thousands, with greater defense and flexibility. However, the world of Jin, ruled by the God-King, forbade the use of gigantic mechanical treasures such as the Jinluo Tiandi, limiting the potential for mass destruction. War cries filled the void. The slaughter began at the lowest levels. Lawmasters fell by the thousands, their divine bodies consumed by devastating combined attacks. Armor and weapons separated from the fallen, floating across the battlefield like bloody trophies. Wu He watched with eyes burning with greed. Those suits of armor represented military merit. The army's mission required primarily the corpses of true gods and the weapons of lawmasters. Even if he was not the one responsible for the kill, recovering the equipment counted as proof. He urged Luo Feng to act quickly and collect as much as possible, perhaps reaching the 10,000 military achievements needed to complete the mission and escape. Luo Feng, more cautious, shook his head. More than 10 million lawmasters from Juyanze were participating. Obtaining tens of thousands of suits of armor was unrealistic. The most efficient path remained the corpses of true gods. One successful strike would solve everything. Wu He replied in frustration. Every true god was a strategic pillar. As soon as one fell, special forces immediately recovered the body. Becoming directly involved in a battle at the god level, would be suicidal madness amid the clash between two superpowers. The battlefield had become a cosmic meat grinder. Clouds of warriors collided, void powers competed for control, and the blood of titans stained the isolation created by the gods. Luo Feng analyzed every detail, the differences in strength, the role of numbers, the limitations imposed by the environment, and the opportunities emerging from the chaos. His own advancement as a lawmaster took on a new dimension before this spectacle. Every observation brought him closer to understanding the paths that would lead him to higher realms. Absolute control over the void, the creation of inviolable domains, the ability to protect or destroy entire races, all of it beckoned on the horizon of his journey. While the two sides fought a battle that would determine the fate of Zhu Yanzi, Luo Feng remained in the shadows, calculating the exact moment to turn the slaughter into his own advancement. The price of ambition was high, but the reward could become the key to transcending his limitations and reaching the realm embodied by the void gods themselves. The confrontation between Zhuanwu Mountain and Zhu Yanzi had only just begun, yet its shockwaves were already echoing throughout the world of Jin, forging legends and testing the fate of everyone involved. Wu He could endure no longer. Anxious and irritated, Luo Feng's companion sent a message filled with frustration. "You don't understand what a catastrophe-level mission means. From now on, everyone is on their own. I won't follow you into this madness anymore." With a swift movement, he disappeared toward the battlefield, abandoning the partnership they had formed since joining the army. Luo Feng watched him leave in silence and sighed. He never truly trusted me. He remained hidden among the dense vegetation. After a long period of careful observation, he decided to act alone. Solitude did not intimidate him. It only strengthened his determination. Zhu Yanzi contained 3 main battlefields. The largest and most scattered involved the lawmasters, who fought fiercely across the sky, the swamps, and the muddy depths. The battles between true gods were more concentrated, especially in the region known as Wisteria Swamp, within the central area of the Nine Smokes. There, the smaller number of combatants allowed for intense duels without lawmasters approaching, because even a trace of residual energy could obliterate them. Luo Feng advanced at astonishing speed, cutting through the chaos. Along the way, he encountered 3 skirmishes involving Zhu Yanzi lawmasters. His opponents mistook him for a tribal warrior from Xuanwu Mountain and attacked. Although his objective was to reach the true god's battlefield as quickly as possible, he was forced to respond. In every confrontation, he eliminated his enemies with surgical precision, wasting neither time nor unnecessary energy. At last, he stopped beside a dark swamp, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Wisteria Swamp stretched before him, covered with luxuriant purple vines and dense grass. Above it, the true gods of the alien beasts and the tribes clashed in fury. Many emerged from the muddy depths, revealing that the battle was also taking place beneath the murky surface. Luo Feng analyzed the situation calmly. The gods on both sides were engaged in individual duels or small groups. This approach prevented large-scale coordinated attacks that could wipe out valuable forces. True gods were far too valuable to waste. Bringing one down required considerable time, but a coordinated assault could result in catastrophic losses for both sides. Thus, the battle continued in a controlled rhythm of direct confrontations. His attention remained fixed on the corpses. He waited for the moment when a true god would fall, offering the perfect opportunity to complete his military mission with a single daring strike. While Luo Feng positioned himself discreetly, another team operated in a distant area of the same battlefield. The captain and his 18 sergeants remained hidden. Shortly before, the leader had displayed extraordinary skill by capturing the corpse of a Zhu Yanzi true god. The sergeants praised him with genuine admiration and personal interest. If the captain managed to obtain more, all of them could complete the mission. The captain, experienced in dangerous missions, including several reincarnation-level missions, knew how risky the feat had been. He warned them that no lawmaster normally approached that battlefield. His sudden action had caught the enemies off guard, allowing him to escape quickly, but he had still suffered an attack. Had he delayed any longer or been surrounded, the outcome would have been fatal. He refused to guarantee direct assistance, but promised to guide them whenever an opportunity arose, provided they obeyed his orders. The sergeants agreed, although concern consumed them. The captain already possessed 1 corpse, enough for himself. They, however, needed 17 in total. Their greed grew as they saw another fallen body. but the captain restrained them. Don't take the risk. The first time was luck. The second time, their vigilance will be at its highest. If anyone disobeys, I'll leave immediately. Patience was the key. The captain had chosen the moment masterfully, taking advantage of the gods' initial carelessness. Luo Feng, unaware of the other team's presence, focused on the newly fallen corpse. He understood the environment, the isolation imposed by the void. True gods rendered domain treasures ineffective and suppressed the manipulation of time and space. Only direct vision and divine sense remained effective. Relying on his sharpened senses, he mapped the positions of every combatant. In the swamp, a tribal true god emerged victorious. Wielding an irregular razor-sharp stone staff, he pierced the head of a powerful alien beast that lacked true god-level battle armor. The strike was brutal. Waves of energy erupted from the weapon, sealing the colossal beast's fate. The victor laughed triumphantly, but 3 enemy beasts charged at him in fury, forcing him to retreat. A true god corpse from the 9 smokes. Luo Feng's eyes shone with cold determination. The enormous body, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, lay partially submerged in the swamp. Luo Feng calculated his approach routes with precise accuracy. His divine power constantly swept across the battlefield, adjusting his path according to the movements of the combatants. Even if he were detected, only 5 true gods would have enough time to intervene. A manageable threat considering his speed and the tomb boat as his means of escape. He advanced. Every meter brought him closer to the critical zone, where discovery could happen at any moment. The later he was noticed, the greater his chances of success. The battlefield of the true gods had become a deadly game board, where a single mistake meant annihilation. Luo Feng displayed remarkable growth. As a lawmaster, his ability to analyze differences in strength, exploit openings, and plan under pressure revealed strategic maturity. He did not rush in blindly like Wu He. Instead, he turned observation into an advantage, understanding that among titans, true power lay in precision and timing. The corpse waited. The gods continued their brutal duels, unaware of the shadow drawing near. Elsewhere, the captain and his sergeants also kept watch, ready to act. 2 different ambitions converged within the same cauldron of chaos. The war between Xuanwu Mountain and Juyanzi continued along its bloody course, but for Luo Feng, that moment represented more than a battle. It was the ultimate test of his progress, the opportunity to reap the rewards of a cosmic conflict and advance toward heights that would one day place him among the sovereigns of the void themselves. The swamp trembled beneath the impact of divine powers. The true god's corpse lay vulnerable, and Luo Feng, silent as death, prepared to claim his prize. Amid the vast purple vines stretching like the veins of a sleeping titan, Luo Feng sliced through the air at a terrifying speed. His divine body, reduced to a tiny fraction of its normal size, produced subtle waves of energy that barely disturbed the chaotic surroundings. In the distance, more than 10,000 true gods were locked in a titanic battle, filling the horizon with explosions of light and darkness. No one except those nearby would have detected his passage. His target was clear: the colossal corpse of a true god from an alien beast race, half submerged in an enormous swamp stretching hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Half of the gigantic carcass was sinking into the mud, while the exposed half stood as a bloody monument to the slaughter. 3 true gods stationed near the body immediately sensed the faint fluctuations. They belonged to the rival 9 Smokes and Hunyu mountain tribes, eternal enemies that constantly fought over resources and to temper their warriors. The moment they spotted Luo Feng's tiny figure, their eyes lit up with fury and greed. A law lord daring to steal our trophy. 3 streams of energy tore through the air in dazzling arcs, converging directly on the intruder. A tricolored afterimage, as fast as a comet, locked onto the tiny target. Luo Feng had been discovered. But instead of panic, a cold gleam of confidence shone in his eyes. Only 3 true gods? They posed no real threat. With a thunderous roar, his divine body suddenly expanded to 100,000 kilometers tall. The tricolored afterimage slammed into his side, but he used the impact as momentum, changing his trajectory in a perfect arc and accelerating even faster toward the corpse. Far away, on the edge of the true god's battlefield, a captain and 18 sergeants of the Python River Army watched everything with vigilant attention. They had noticed Luo Feng's earlier cautious movement and laughed at the recruit's audacity. "Someone is trying to take the corpse," He was instantly blocked by 3 true gods. Just as I predicted, the captain remarked with a sarcastic smile. Anyone who tries will be surrounded. He's dead. The sergeants murmured among themselves as they recognized the intruder. It's the recruit, Yinhe. Shock spread through the group. No one expected the newcomer to have the courage or the foolishness to attempt such a feat. Meanwhile, Luo Feng flew like a ghost. His hands intercepted the tricolored light with surgical precision, turning the enemy's force into his own propulsion. The 3 true gods, furious, intensified their encirclement, convinced they would crush the audacious Law Lord. That was when the true difference in power became apparent. Flowing. Luo Feng's blade danced like a specter. His entire body transformed into a vast fluid shadow, a phantom blade weaving through the space between incoming attacks. The close combat movement technique. Flowing gold, born from more than 8 million eras of relentless training, came into action. Under the combined assault of the 3 true gods, Luo Feng seemed ethereal. His figure flickered unpredictably, avoiding strikes capable of destroying mountains and evading techniques that could tear apart dimensions. Every movement was flawless. Every change of direction was impossible to predict. The observers from the Python River Army were left speechless. The captain, a veteran hardened by countless dangerous missions, including Samsara missions, felt his blood run cold. Impossible. A law lord escaping 3 true gods so effortlessly? Luo Feng was not merely dodging, he was advancing. Using the momentum of their attacks, he wove between them with flawless mastery, drawing ever closer to the corpse. In the blink of an eye, he reached the colossal body, stored it inside his storage ring, and shot away along a new path, cutting through the air like a gigantic war blade. The 2 other true gods who tried to block his escape were completely outmatched. Luo Feng's ability to change direction was so refined that he left them behind like motionless statues. Amid the purple vines and dense vegetation, recruit Yinhe's figure disappeared completely from sight. Silence fell over the sergeants. Unbelievable. What kind of movement technique is that? One of them whispered in disbelief. In close combat between the 2 great armies, he would slaughter law lords and even threaten true gods through evasion alone. The captain recalled his first meeting with the recruit. When he had asked about his specialties, Luo Feng had answered simply, "My strength surpasses Wu He's, and my close combat movement is even better." At the time, it had sounded like arrogance. Now it had become a terrifying truth. The origin of that mastery was legendary. For more than 8 million eras inside the Broken East River inheritance space, Luo Feng had immersed himself in hellish training. The virtual space allowed battles against 282 legendary opponents, including the patriarchs of the 3 generations. Although the patriarchs suppressed their power to the Law Lord level, they still overwhelmed him within seconds using ancient techniques perfected at the peak of ancient civilization. The sword technique Water and Firelight, an evolution of the 6th Order Nirvana rebirth into the 7th Order, represented only a modest improvement. The true breakthrough came from his movement technique. By studying inherited secret methods, analyzing countless virtual battles, and combining them with his own insights, Luo Feng created flowing gold, a fluid, ghost-like style that adapted with deadly precision. It was not simply speed, but a profound understanding of the flow of energy, space, and timing. It fused ancient inheritance with his unique understanding of the universe. The captain, despite his confidence in his mechanical treasures capable of multiplying his explosive power, admitted to himself that without them, in a fair duel, he could be defeated by the recruit's movement technique alone. As Luo Feng disappeared into the depths of the purple jungle carrying the priceless true god corpse, the battlefield remained consumed by chaos. But the seed of a legend had already been planted within the Python River Army. A recruit named Yinhe, Luo Feng, had just demonstrated that even among titans, absolute mastery of technique and unwavering determination could turn the tide against any odds. His journey of evolution had only just begun. Every mission, every battle, further refined his divine body and his cosmic understanding. Ancient races, stellar empires, and hidden powers would soon feel the weight of his rise. What was a grain of dust today could shake entire galaxies tomorrow. The captain lowered his gaze, admiration and caution shining together in his eyes. That recruit is dangerous. He continued watching the horizon with a thoughtful expression. Luo Feng's performance had left a deep impression on him. With recruit Yinhei's talent, he only needs time. He will accumulate enough military merits to keep growing stronger without stopping. Deep inside, the veteran made a strategic decision. Once he returned to the base, he would recommend the newcomer for positions of distinction. If he failed to become a true god before the next Samsara mission, he would place his hopes of survival in that young prodigy. Among the 5 true gods who had tried to intercept Luo Feng, shock still prevailed. None of us, not even the most skilled warriors of Xuanyu Mountain, possesses such refined and terrifying movement. The 3 who had surrounded him first felt especially humiliated. A mere law lord had escaped as though mocking their combined efforts. He will certainly become a true god. And not just any true god, one of the most fearsome. They all agreed that after ascending and wielding mechanical flow treasures, Luo Feng could rival void true gods. In the world of Jin, such an achievement was exceedingly rare. A law lord surpassing true gods through powerful artifacts was already astonishing. A newly ascended true god reaching the void level would be legendary. At the peak of Juyanzi, 6 void true gods, 3 from each rival faction, hovered under a temporary truce, their colossal auras causing space itself to tremble. They were discussing the prolonged battle when they suddenly noticed the scene below. What an extraordinary movement technique. Even these supreme beings could not hold back their praise. Ju Yan, the fish-like monster with 9 human faces and a melodious voice, analyzed it with admiration. Using the sword as the blade and the body as the back of the blade, he becomes sharper and bolder with every movement. By the time the enemy tries to respond, he has already shifted away, turning the opponent's strength into his own advantage. What a subtle and refined concept. The other void true gods absorbed the lesson. They knew their own superior movement techniques came from stronger foundations, greater perception, and mastery over the void. Yet in terms of pure subtlety, creativity, and technical innovation at the law lord level, none of them could compare to the recruit. That young man must be one of the Eastern Army's key trainees. They all reached the same conclusion. Ju Yan went even further. He is a rare super genius in the world of Jin. Given enough time, he will receive a sealed title and become one of the supreme experts. A sealed title. Not even the 6 void true gods had ever earned such an honor. The requirements were merciless. The greater one's power, the harsher the standards became. Only the most exceptional individuals, those truly worthy of the name Jin, received such recognition. While their discussion echoed through the skies, Luo Feng remained hidden within the dense vegetation of the distant swamp. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Capturing the 9 smokes, True God's corpse had already completed the catastrophe-level mission, but his greatest reward lay elsewhere. During his daring journey across the battlefield, he had collected 212 genetic samples, blood, scales, fur, and tissue from fallen true gods, priceless material that would eventually be taken back by the Jinyuhai clone at the end of the era. His previous collection had been limited. Now he possessed enough material to make significant progress on his path of evolution. He continued watching patiently like a cosmic predator. The captain and Luo Feng were not the only ones who had stolen corpses. The boldness of the 2 law lords had enraged the rival forces. Capture those 2. We cannot allow such a provocation. The true gods strengthened their vigilance, ready to surround any suspicious divine fluctuation. The days slowly passed. 1 day, 2, 3, half a month, an entire month. The colossal battle between Juyanzi and Hunyu Mountain continued with alternating waves of fury, brutal frontal clashes, savage pursuits, and moments of uneasy truce. The longer it lasted, the more the law lords were tempered in the fires of war, and the more corpses occasionally fell across the battlefield. Finally, both factions reached an agreement. We cannot allow any more thefts. Each side will send 1 true god to retrieve its own fallen. The proposal was accepted. A red tribal serpent flew out to recover the 9 smokes corpses without interference. At the same time, an alien beast, true god with a long body, an elongated neck, 8 clawed hooves, and gleaming scales advanced to collect the 26 corpses of its own race. The captain and his sergeants watched with restrained frustration. Captain. His subordinates were eager to act, but their leader stopped them. It's a trap. If we move now, thousands of true gods will surround us. Wait for the right opportunity. Luo Feng, however, focused entirely on the 8-hooved beast. His heartbeat quickened as he calculated. Each corpse is worth 10,000 military merits. 26 of them are worth 260,000. A military fortune that would dramatically accelerate his progress. After calmly evaluating the situation, he concluded that the beast was the weakest target present. It lacked a true god-level battle armor, and its earlier close combat performance had been mediocre. After 8 million eras of training, Luo Feng believed his own strength was more than enough for a swift execution. I can kill it within moments if it weakens by just 20%. But any delay will attract an encirclement. The risk was enormous. Even with flowing gold, escaping from dozens or hundreds of true gods would be nearly impossible without relying on the tomb boat. Even then, against overwhelming numbers, escape was far from guaranteed. So Luo Feng waited. He observed every movement, every exchange of attacks, carefully measuring his target's exhaustion. The battle continued with relentless intensity, forging warriors while claiming lives. Recruit Yinhe remained perfectly still within the vegetation, his divine body fully restrained, his mind as sharp as the blade he wielded. His growth was extraordinary. From a talented human cultivator to a prodigy capable of astonishing even void true gods, Luo Feng was redefining the limits of what a law lord could achieve. Every genetic sample he collected, every military merit he earned, and every technique refined in the fires of battle brought him closer to his next great leap. Complete divine transformation, mastery over greater realms, and perhaps even the sealed title that would engrave his name into the history of the world of Jin. The captain, the sergeants, and the celestial titans all watched the battlefield unfold. None of them imagined the silent ambition burning within the hidden recruit. Luo Feng sought far more than survival or military merits. He was forging a path that would shake the very foundations of the cosmos. The Law Lord battle between the forces of Juyanzi and Hunyu Mountain had reached its peak of madness. Tens of millions of warriors from both sides collided in a sea of chaos. 1/3 had already fallen, a brutal selection that tempered the survivors into future true gods. Weapons, armor, and treasures were scattered across the battlefield, becoming valuable trophies amid bloodshed and fury. Wuhe, the alien beast, swam frantically across the battlefield, its tail slicing through the air as it slaughtered Hunyu Mountain tribal warriors with savage ferocity. Every time an enemy fell, it quickly stored away their weapons and armor. After 3 months of slaughter, only 1,200 military merits. It muttered anxiously. The battlefield was simply too vast. It had to avoid constant dangers while collecting whatever happened to fall nearby. In another region, the group of sergeants led by Kufa infiltrated the battlefield disguised as Hunyu warriors. Be careful. Our strength is respectable among law lords, but more than 10 million are fighting here. They knew that the deaths of their comrades could still bring benefits. The fallen Nine Smokes armor could be exchanged for enough military merits to save at least one of them. Their collective survival depended on cold calculations, yet no one wished to become the sacrifice. The same was true for the other sergeants, including Yu Luo's group. Everyone hunted for armor, occasionally mixing in equipment from the stronger faction to complete their required quota. The mission was harsh. Without significant achievements, military law would condemn them. Even so, none dared venture into the battlefield of the true gods. At the edge of that divine hell, where the battle had lasted nearly 4 months, Luo Feng remained hidden and motionless. Nearby, the captain faced growing disagreement within his own squad. Pressed by anxiety, his sergeants protested. "Captain, if we wait until the war ends, we'll lose every chance to earn military merits. We have to act now, or execution will catch up with us." The captain looked at them coldly. He understood their fear, but warned them. Entering the battlefield of the true gods is certain death. After a heated debate, he allowed them to head toward the Law Lord battlefield on the condition that they respond immediately if he called them back. When death is staring at them, desperation consumes them. He shook his head. Despite his disappointment, he would not abandon them. Together, they still represented valuable strength for future missions. As the sergeants dispersed, Luo Feng and the captain remained at separate positions along the frontier, patient predators waiting for the perfect prey. Luo Feng's target, the long-necked, 8-hooved beast true god, wandered cautiously along the edge of the divine battlefield. Without true god-level battle armor, it was among the weakest of the true gods. Its duties were limited to secondary tasks such as collecting corpses and patrolling. It avoided direct confrontations with stronger opponents, preferring to fight weaker equals, and always retreated whenever it felt its strength declined too much. When a true god falls, its armor and weapons become separated. I need one. The beast brooded in frustration. Divine battle armor was an invaluable treasure, capable of dramatically increasing one's chances of survival. Ordinary Law Lord equipment could not compare. In the world of Jin, not even hundreds of thousands of supreme treasures could be exchanged for a single peak supreme treasure. The captain, from his position, was also watching the same target. With my mechanical flow treasure, I can kill it in a prolonged battle. It has already collected more than 39 smokes corpses, but Luo Feng calculated with surgical precision. It has no supreme arcane divine battle armor. Its strength has weakened considerably. I can eliminate it within moments. For more than 3 days, Luo Feng moved with extreme slowness, avoiding any detectable divine fluctuations. Every meter brought him closer to the true god's battlefield, yet his patience remained flawless. As he advanced, he focused his mind. Every distracting thought disappeared. Only a single absolute purpose remained: kill the target as quickly as possible, in the shortest time imaginable. That singular focus ignited his full potential. In life-and-death situations, the instinct to survive gathered all of his strength into a single point, unleashing terrifying power. Luo Feng burned with reckless determination. Attacking a true god in the middle of thousands of them was pure madness, and that madness ignited a devouring passion within him. The cautious eight-hooved true god avoided the powerful warriors of Hunyu and moved among the weaker ones, gradually approaching Luo Feng's position. Then, the opportunity appeared. Luo Feng's eyes, once as still as stone, erupted with deadly brilliance. His entire being awakened. Now, boom! His speed exploded like a primordial bolt of lightning. His divine power ignited without restraint. The first volume of Broken Out. The burning intensified even further. The second volume of Broken Out. One of the greatest rewards of his 8 million eras of cultivation burst forth in all its glory. The vigilant eight-hooved alien beast suddenly turned its narrow head. Its eyes widened in shock as it saw a colossal figure wrapped in a fierce and irresistible aura descending upon it like the judgment of fate. The difference in power became unmistakable. Luo Feng, a law lord who had mastered supreme movement techniques and explosive combat arts refined through ancient inheritances, concentrated every ounce of his strength into a single devastating strike. The weakened true god, lacking supreme divine protection, now faced a predator who had surpassed impossible limits. The battlefield of the gods trembled. Thousands of titans continued fighting without noticing, while a decisive clash began at its edge. Luo Feng's growth had reached a new level. He was no longer merely surviving or escaping. He had begun hunting within the territory of the gods. His divine body, tempered through countless eras, burned with a potential that challenged the very hierarchy of the cosmos. The captain, far away, remained vigilant. The sergeants, consumed by their own battles, had no idea what was unfolding. The rival races continued their colossal war, unaware that a single human warrior was redefining the rules of the game. Luo Feng's strike, filled with absolute killing intent, closed in on its target. The true god of the eight-hoofed clawed monster recognized him immediately. The powerful silhouette crushed beneath the enormous shadow blade was the same bold figure who had looted a divine body before. "It's him! Just a lawmaster," the beast thought, regaining its full confidence. No matter how impressive his close combat dodging was, the foundation of law comprehension determined everything. Secret techniques, no matter how advanced, could never surpass such an overwhelming foundation. The alien creature was certain of its ancient logic. The fundamentals defined the method. Luo Feng had created a sixth-order ultimate secret technique as a universe master, something unprecedented with the help of the inheritance space. Even the greatest geniuses of previous dynasties barely reached the 7th level. As for a true god, creating 8th-order techniques was common. The difference in foundation seemed impossible to overcome. "He wants to attack me. He must be after the true god corpses I've collected," the monster thought with growing greed. Such a powerful lawmaster must be carrying a true god battle armor. "Today it will be mine." Boom! Without retreating, the colossal 8-hoofed creature charged frantically through the purple vines and dense swamp grass. The enormous shadow blade and the alien beast collided at full speed. In the distance, Other true gods noticed the scene. "It's the Law Master, the super genius who stole a divine body." Murmurs of surprise spread. "Capture that genius. Kill him." Several true gods flew toward him. Although the void true god would not interfere, ordinary true gods were free to act. A dead genius was simply a genius who was not strong enough. Luo Feng calculated calmly. 29 seconds until reinforcements arrive. He fixed his eyes on his prey. 29 seconds, enough time to finish this. The 8-hoofed clawed monster laughed brutally, its single eye shining. "Greedy little fool. If you had fled using your dodging techniques, I wouldn't have been able to catch you. But you chose to fight head-on? Then die quickly and become my achievement." The two gigantic figures crossed paths. The beast's front claw sliced through the air with fury. Luo Feng spun like a whirlwind, avoiding the strike. The creature's swift tail lashed out like a boneless whip, but Luo Feng's blood shadow knife lightly touched its tip, using the force against its owner, and he instantly appeared behind the monster. The next moment, the blade was drawn. Slash! The blade light was as gentle as water, ethereal and unpredictable. It aimed straight for the beast's long neck. The monster violently turned its head, opening its massive jaws filled with fangs to bite the weapon. That was when Luo Feng unleashed his strongest technique, water and firelight. Boom! The blade, which had seemed like a gentle wave, erupted with terrifying penetrating force. The precious blood shadow knife embryo, inherited from the Donghua lineage, unleashed devastating power. The true god howled in agony, its single eye filled with absolute shock. "Impossible! How can your divine power be greater than mine even after burning it? I'm a true god. He's only a law master." He was wrong. Although the beast's base divine power was greater, it had never joined the army and knew nothing about advanced burning secret techniques. Luo Feng, using the first volume of Breakdown, had already closed the gap. The second volume clearly placed him above it. When it came to burning divine power, Luo Feng had the advantage. Luo Feng's ghost-like close combat movement made him almost impossible to hit. Every attack from the beast was dodged or redirected with flawless skill, while its own counterattacks only landed partially. Slash, slash, slash. Luo Feng went completely berserk. Keeping the second volume of Breakdown active, his divine power burned at a frantic pace. He had no time to waste. He had to finish the battle before the reinforcements arrived. His entire soul seemed fused with the blood shadow knife. Water and firelight. Water and firelight. Water and firelight. With every strike, his understanding of the technique subtly improved, making the blade light smoother, deadlier, and more perfect. Hundreds of slashes landed one after another, weakening the monster at an insane rate. The true god panicked. Genuine fear consumed it. It wanted to flee and save its own life, but Luo Feng's close combat technique was a living nightmare. There was no escape. Every movement was anticipated and blocked. Thousands of blades whistled every second. It was a storm of absolute annihilation. The 8-hoofed monster was completely overwhelmed, helpless before Luo Feng's controlled fury. Not just it. Dozens of true gods flying toward the battlefield watched in stunned disbelief. How is this possible? He only dodges, but when he attacks, a lawmaster overwhelming a true god in direct combat? Impossible. They could explain it in only one way. It must be a mechanical flow treasure. His blade is a mechanical flow treasure. That was the only explanation their minds could accept. Even the captain watching from afar, who had initially believed Luo Feng was simply too arrogant, was left speechless. How can a recruit suppress a true god like this? Absolute suppression. He also concluded that the blade had to be the deciding factor. In reality, the blood shadow knife was indeed precious, but its effect was only to increase the attack by 1 level. The true dominance came from Luo Feng's mastery of close combat, the volumes of Breakdown, and the profound mastery of water and firelight. Under the endless rain of blade lights, the true god with 8-hoofed claws weakened to its limit. "No, I'm a god." Boom, boom. The final torrent of blade lights completely swallowed it. Its divine aura vanished. Its life core disintegrated. Its battle armor and other treasures fell to the ground. With a quick wave of his hand, Luo Feng collected the valuable items, including the more than 30 true god corpses of alien beasts that the monster had been carrying. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light and sped across the swamp, leaving behind nothing but broken vines as silent witnesses. A true god had died. A lawmaster had won. More than 30 divine corpses had been collected. Across the vast battlefield of the true gods, a powerful alien beast with 3 golden horns roared in fury after sensing the death of its brother. "Catch him! Recover my brother Nine Smoker's body!" But Luo Feng was already disappearing into the distance, carrying with him not only treasures, but living proof that in Swallowed Star, even the limits of the gods can be cut down by a blade born from human will. The legend of ruler Yinhe continued to be written in divine blood, and the universe watched in astonishment as the next chapter of his unstoppable rise unfolded. The battlefield of Juyanzi erupted in fury. A strange, beast-like true god with 3 golden horns roared in hatred, echoed by thousands of other true gods from the 9 Smokes forces. The death of one of their own, especially after more than 30 divine bodies had been looted by a mere lawmaster, was an unbearable humiliation. Those corpses represented not only military merits, but also bonds of brotherhood forged through countless battles. Leaving them in the hands of an outsider was unthinkable. "Recover the bodies of our 9 Smokes brothers," the 3-horned leader roared. "Bakuyan, lead your team and capture that lawmaster." Boom. 50 streaks of light tore across the sky, launching into relentless pursuit toward the direction where Luo Feng had escaped. Every one of those true gods wore divine battle armor, raising their power to extraordinary levels. In the world of Jin, without energy suppression, their strength far surpassed their counterparts from the original universe. Even an ordinary true god, with 8th order secret techniques, could reach the 9th level when properly equipped. Luo Feng knew that being surrounded by 50 of them would be infinitely more dangerous than facing 500 in the outside universe. "They value me enough," Luo Feng thought, as he silently moved through the dense weeds of 9 Smokes. He slowed his speed to avoid any energy fluctuations, changing his route unpredictably toward the edge of the battlefield. Facing them head-on was out of the question. Even with the tomb boat, escaping was not guaranteed. The colossal war between Juyanzi and Hunfu Mountain involved more than 10,000 true gods from both sides. Sending 50 to hunt him down did not significantly weaken the 9 Smokes battle lines. Luo Feng remained strategically calm, analyzing every variable as he advanced. At the edge of the true gods' battlefield, the captain quietly withdrew. His position opposite Luo Feng's kept him safe. After several days of cautious travel, he returned to the Lawmaster's battlefield and blended into the chaos of the Yunmo Mountain tribal army, pretending to be an ordinary warrior. That recruit Yinhe is far too powerful, the captain thought, recalling the image of Luo Feng slaughtering the 8-hoofed true god. With a mechanical flow treasure, he can already dominate divine opponents. Imagine how many military merits more than 30 of those corpses are worth. His gray eyes gleamed with growing ambition. A second mechanical flow treasure would guarantee his survival during reincarnation missions, allow him to rise safely through the army, and eventually earn an inheritance worthy of becoming a true god. Greed overcame any previous intention of friendship. Personal strength was the only true guarantee of survival. The captain activated his communication token and contacted the 17 sergeants under his command. A few days ago, the true god with 8-hoofed claws, known for collecting divine bodies among the 9 Smokes forces, was killed. At the critical moment, recruit Yinhe appeared, took the corpse and all the treasures it carried, including more than 30 true god corpses, and escaped. Shock spread among the sergeants. More than 30 divine corpses, a monumental military achievement that would make anyone covet them. The captain fueled their greed. The 9 Smokes true gods sent 50 of their own to hunt him down. He still hasn't been captured. Since Juyanzi is sealed off by the Void True God, Yinhe must be hiding within the Hunmo Mountain Army, mixed in with the Lawmasters. The sergeants agreed. Enemy true gods did not dare invade the Sea of Lawmasters, where thousands would immediately unite against any divine intruder. It was the battlefield's unwritten rule. "Spread out and search," the captain ordered. "Once you find him, notify the others. We'll gather and use our combined technique to subdue him. We don't need to kill him. We only need to threaten him into handing over most of the corpses. He won't dare expose his position to the enemy true gods." The sergeants, equipped with true god battle armor, felt their desire grow. Even knowing the captain was using them as cannon fodder, the reward was simply too tempting. Luo Feng was powerful, but 50 divine battle armors and a combined formation would shift the balance. Meanwhile, the 9 Smokes forces searched the battlefield in vain. He disappeared. He must be hiding inside the Hunmo Mountain Army among the Lawmasters. They knew where he was likely hiding, but they could not invade. Luo Feng had indeed blended in perfectly. Disguised as a burly tribal warrior with wild hair, he participated in the chaotic battles without drawing attention. Hiding there was safe. Any enemy true god who approached would face the united fury of tens of thousands of lawmasters. He watched time pass. 1 month, 2 months, more than 3 months. He waited for the ideal opportunity to escape from Juyanzi. His daily routine remained controlled, and his strength made him invisible among the crowd. He kept a low profile, avoiding any unnecessary exposure while planning the next step of his advancement. Then, during a joint assault against the Nine Smokes forces, his speed suddenly slowed. Luo Feng turned his head and spotted a tribal warrior in the distance. The man smiled and silently mouthed a single word. Yin He. Luo Feng recognized him immediately. He was one of the sergeants under the captain of the 3 small squads. The tension that had been building for months finally reached its breaking point. The captain's greed and that of his subordinates had finally caught up with him. Luo Feng, the rising genius who had challenged true gods through pure skill and secret techniques, now faced an internal threat just as dangerous as the alien beasts outside. His calculations, his understanding of the army's dynamics, and his growth as a warrior were about to be tested once again. What had seemed like a secure victory was becoming a subtle trap. On the vast cosmic chessboard of Swallowed Star, where entire races clashed for supremacy, Luo Feng's true advancement required not only brute strength, but also the wisdom to navigate between treacherous allies and open enemies. Recruit Yin He was about to answer this new provocation, and the universe watched eagerly for the outcome. The hunt was over. The real battle for survival and for the rewards of his victory had only just begun. The scarlet-faced sergeant approached with a fake smile, transmitting his voice directly. Yin He, did you really think changing your appearance and messing up your hair would be enough? Your unique aura never changes. All anyone has to do is get a little closer to recognize you immediately. Luo Feng swept his gaze across the surroundings. More than a dozen figures emerged from the chaos of the Hunmo Mountain army. Among them, the captain stood out with his imposing presence, accompanied by the remaining sergeants under his command. Recruit Yin He, your strength has exceeded our expectations, one sergeant transmitted. We're willing to accept you as one of us. The captain looked at Luo Feng with apparent friendliness. You only need to contribute most of the true god corpses and share them with me. From then on, the other sergeants will support you. I'm even willing to give up my position as captain and let you take command. The sergeants echoed his words, pretending to be enthusiastic. We want you to be our captain, as long as you help us survive. Luo Feng looked at them coldly. Are you sure about that? He asked, his voice filled with irony. They persisted, promising to recommend him immediately. But Luo Feng smiled with complete indifference. What does your life or death have to do with me? Silence fell like a heavy blow. The sergeants were stunned. Luo Feng continued mercilessly. You never cared about the lives of recruits before. Why talk about friendship now? He saw straight through their deception. The Mang River Army was a cruel meat grinder. Those veterans thought only about surviving long enough to become true gods. Loyalty? An illusion. They followed the captain only because of his strength. When survival was at stake, they would abandon anyone. The 18 sergeants, including the captain, wore grim expressions. They had not expected such outright rejection. The captain reacted angrily. Yin He, 50 true gods from Juyanzi are looking for you right now. They already suspect you're hiding among the lawmasters of Hunmo Mountain. Several true gods are watching these battlefields from afar. One of them is very close, observing this area. Luo Feng looked toward the distant sky. Sure enough, a beast-like true god was circling above, watching over the vast army. I know, Luo Feng replied, but from that distance he can't recognize me. We can expose you, the captain shot back. All we have to do is move our lips. He'll read our lip movements and understand. Once you're exposed, the lawmasters of Nine Smokes will surround you under his command. You won't escape. Hand over most of the corpses and return to the barracks with a small share, or die here. The sergeants kept pressuring him, threatening to drag him into death with them. Their missions were already suicidal. If they had to die, they would take the recruit with them. Luo Feng shook his head in contempt. Then you can die. I'll return to the barracks with my 35 true god corpses. Turning around, he roared to the nearby warriors. Kill the descendants of Nine Smokes. Then he shot forward like lightning. The 18 immediately gave chase. If we're going to die, you're dying too. their faces twisted with fury and despair. Luo Feng activated the second volume of Breakdown without hesitation. His divine power burned violently, pushing his speed to terrifying levels. Within moments, the sergeants were left far behind. The captain, the fastest among them, refused to give up. "You won't escape!" Gigantic black wings unfolded behind his back. The Black Cloud Wing, a mechanical flow treasure. Hundreds of black ribbons with razor-sharp edges sliced through the air like living serpents, attempting to wrap around Luo Feng. The ribbons caught up with him, forming a suffocating black sphere. Luo Feng felt the overwhelming force through the war hammers he was wielding to maintain his disguise. Extremely durable, he thought in surprise. Even without secret techniques, the ribbons displayed extraordinary power. It must be a mechanical flow treasure. He considered drawing the blood shadow knife and using water and firelight, but doing so would reveal his identity to the true god watching from above. Wasting time there could prove fatal. Boom! From within the black sphere, an ancient warship emerged. The Tomb Boat. Its imposing hull shattered the ribbons with overwhelming force. The mechanical flow treasure surged forward at incredible speed, dragging the captain along through the remaining ribbons. "Stop! Stop!" the captain shouted in panic as he struggled to control his flight with his wings, but the Tomb Boat was incomparably superior. It flew like an unstoppable beast, accelerating every moment as it headed straight toward the beast-like true god, watching from the sky. "Then let's meet that true god. We'll see who dies first." Luo Feng's cold voice echoed from within. The captain fell into complete panic. He was also carrying a stolen divine corpse. If the true god from Juyanzi saw him, the theft would be exposed immediately. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained hidden inside the ship, his aura completely suppressed. "You're ruthless!" Filled with both anger and fear, the captain released the ribbons. The Tomb Boat shot downward, diving into the dense swamp grass and disappearing from sight. The captain hovered in the air in frustration. "I never imagined you also possessed a mechanical flow warship. Even my Black Cloud Wing couldn't hold it." He gritted his teeth. "You escaped this time, but you won't escape forever." Meanwhile, among the Juyanzi forces, a giant winged warrior with golden horns roared as he led a massive assault against the positions of Hyunmo Mountain. "Kill the descendants of Hyunmo Mountain!" The battle continued to escalate. Once again, Luo Feng had turned a deadly trap into an opportunity. His mechanical flow treasures, the Blood Shadow Knife and the Tomb Boat, revealed even more of his growing supremacy. The second volume of Breakdown demonstrated how quickly his foundation of divine power was advancing, allowing him to surpass veterans equipped with divine battle armor. The captain and his sergeants, despite possessing true god battle armor and valuable treasures, were completely outmatched by the difference in foundation and Luo Feng's cunning. In the vast cosmic war between races, where true gods manipulated armies of lawmasters like chess pieces, recruit Yinhe continued walking his solitary path, accumulating military merits and strengthening his journey toward the pinnacle. The greed of the traitors only accelerated his progress. As the battlefield burned with renewed violence, Luo Feng disappeared into the shadows of the swamp, ready for the next move in his legendary rise. In the chaotic heart of Juyanzi, where the eternal mist swallowed skies and mountains, a golden shadow moved invisibly among the monsters. No one, not even the true gods of the void watching from above, imagined the truth. The giant with the golden horn camouflaged among the ranks of the army of the ruler of the Nine Smokes was Luo Feng. His aura, completely different from that of humans, made him undetectable. Not even the most perceptive true gods could connect that bestial colossus to the talented Sergeant Yinhe, the human recruit who had disappeared like smoke on the battlefield. The disguise was perfect. The world of Jinji had never witnessed anything like it. Up above, floating beyond the clouds, 6 true gods of the void, 3 from Xuanwu Mountain and 3 from Juyanzi, watched the final unfolding of the war. Their penetrating gazes pierced the mist. Impressive. That sergeant carried a master of alien beast laws. Neither his former teammates nor the dozens of true gods sent by Juyanzi had managed to locate him. He must have escaped safely. 2 mechanical treasures, especially that warship. A true high-level divine treasure capable of extraordinary feats. A mere ruler possessing something so valuable, clearly, he is extremely valued by the army. The 6 watched everything coldly, but did not intervene. No one dared break the unwritten rules that governed the world of Jin. The balance between the forces was sacred. A month had passed since the most intense combats. The great battle between the army of Xuanwu Mountain and the forces of Juyanzi was coming to an end. The losses were monumental on both sides. The tribal warriors and alien beasts gradually retreated, controlling their momentum to avoid mutual extermination. In the camp of the tribal warrior army of Yunfu Mountain, the captain's fury burned like lava. How is it possible that we have not found him? Juyanzi is vast, but the battlefields where lords gather are limited. The recruit Yinhe has nowhere to flee. Messages arrived one after another from the sergeants under his command captain. We have searched every inch, nothing. Not a trace. The captain gritted his teeth. He had personally witnessed Luo Feng massacring a true god alien beast. He knew the terrifying potential of that recruit. At first he had thought of forming an alliance, but greed spoke louder when he saw the mountain of military merits the young man was accumulating. Now he was paying the price. 6 months of searching and not a shadow. Desperate, he made a drastic decision. He sent an explosive message to all the sergeants under his command, except Luo Feng Luo Kufa, spread the news the recruit Yinhe stole more than 30 corpses of true gods on the true gods battlefield. He is hiding in Juyanze. The shock was immediate. More than 30 corpses impossible. How could a recruit escape alive with such fortune? Greed ignited their eyes. For those sergeants fighting desperately to complete the military mission and survive that information was a death sentence or a lifeline. Yu Luo, leader of a group of alien beast sergeants, infiltrated in the Nine Smokes, gathered his bloodthirsty subordinates. We already have more than 20,000 weapons and armors. We still need many more. Find the recruit galaxy. He is the key. On the other side, Kufa, mixed with the forces of Xuanwu Mountain, growled to his men. We are far from the goal. Without more war, we will not get the remaining 10,000. Find him. Even Wu He, the recruit who had once fought alongside Luo Feng, received the news. The shock gave way to deep regret. He had left Luo Feng behind, prioritizing his own safety. Now he imagined how much wealth he could have shared if he had stayed. If I had been with him, 5 or 6 corpses would be mine. All the sergeants of the Python River Army in Juyanze began a frantic hunt. But Luo Feng, in the form of the Golden Horn, remained invisible. Half his body submerged in the muddy waters of a swamp, he calmly observed the movements in the distance. He saw Wu He pass by twice. He saw groups of sergeants searching desperately. Search as much as you want. You will never find me. Days later, a message arrived. Yinhe, I am Wu He. Luo Feng smiled coldly. His former companion finally showed himself. Wu He went straight to the point. He confessed that Kufa and Yu Luo were also hunting him. He asked for a true god corpse in exchange for treasures, even offering the true god armor that his father, the master of Beijinhai, had given him. Let's trade at the barracks when we return. We are both recruits. Luo Feng replied in an amused tone. Trade here in Juyanze. You want me to expose myself? Wu He understood the message. Luo Feng demanded that the meeting be at the barracks where he could pressure much more. 10,000 military merits were crumbs for him now, but for Wu He they meant life or death. The army would execute him, and his own father would kill him if he failed. A few days later, Kufa also contacted him. He tried to negotiate outside the barracks. Luo Feng laughed with contempt. Do not treat me like an idiot. If you want to negotiate terms with me, you can go to hell. And he blocked any new contact. Charity was only given to those who deserved to survive. Those who dared impose conditions did not deserve mercy. The war, which had lasted more than a year, was finally coming to an end. With the appearance of the true gods of the void, the army of Xuanwu Mountain began a mass retreat. The spatial isolation of Juyanzi was undone. Let's go. The powerful troops broke through the air, retreating in imposing formation. Disguised among the tribal warriors, the sergeants of the Python River Army retreated silently to the edges of Juyanze. Yu Luo Kufa and the captain watched the retreat with bitterness. The opportunity to accumulate merits was evaporating. There was only one chance left to fight each other. The 3 groups of sergeants temporarily united, their eyes shining with madness. Only by devouring the strongest could they survive. At the edge of the vast Nine Smog, the Golden Horn giant met with some bestial companions he had made during the combats. After brief farewells, he looked one last time at the infinite mist that hid so many secrets and deaths. It is time to return to the barracks. With a thought, Luo Feng activated the teleportation. The Golden Colossus disappeared at the edges of Juyanzi, carrying a mountain of military merits and more than 30 corpses of true gods, a treasure that would shake the balance of forces as soon as it was revealed. While the other sergeants killed each other for crumbs, the recruit Yinhe, the Golden Horn monster, emerged victorious and untouched. His legend in the Python River Army was only beginning. After emerging from the eternal mists of Juyanze, Luo Feng cut through space with implacable determination, heading straight to the barracks of the Eastern Army. Not far behind, Wu He also escaped silently from the battlefield. As for the Captain Kufa and Yuluo, along with their groups of sergeants, they remained trapped in the mists surrounded by a dark fate. Only the captain had obtained a single true god corpse. None of them had accumulated enough merits. Cannibalism among comrades, desperate hunts, or trying to reap others' spoils, all strategies seemed doomed. A catastrophic level mission would demand its price in blood. In the infinite barracks of the Eastern Army, Luo Feng materialized in the air. His eyes scanned the grand structure with a satisfied smile. In the distance, long lines of tribal warriors and alien beasts waited to enlist. Without hesitation, he plunged into the interior of the camp. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the vast barracks, spatial distortions revealed countless wormholes created by superpowers. Sergeants arrived and departed constantly in continuous flows. This mission was peaceful. We finished quickly, and there is still time left to rest. Next time it could be a reincarnation mission. How many of us will survive? Groups of warriors showed relief tension or somber determination. Some were already planning to exchange merits for treasures that would increase their chances of survival. On an old and robust branch of a colossal tree, a sergeant in apparently ordinary gray armor observed everything with growing anxiety. He had received direct orders from the ancestor of the Purple Moon to infiltrate the army and locate Luo Feng. Months had passed without any sign of the Galactic Lord. The Galactic Lord is powerful, but to what extent, even surpassing reincarnation, he would only guarantee a sacred place for humanity. Nothing that threatens the holy land of the Purple Moon. Even so, the ancestor valued that young man excessively. The order was clear: report immediately any trace. In the universe of the Holy Land of the Purple Moon, one of the two great holy universes, the ancestor of the Purple Moon showed dissatisfaction. Two universe masters knelt trembling before him. Ancestor, we entered through the tomb boat according to your guidance. Luo Feng probably joined the Eastern Army. We watched all the exits of the wormholes, but we never saw him. He still has not joined the army. The ancestor responded coldly. He possesses the lineage of Duan Donghua. In the world of Jin, it is easy to stand out. Do not just watch the exits. Spread out, ask for news. As soon as he gains fame, it will be simple to locate him. The two universe masters nodded, relieved by the permission to alternate between military missions and surveillance. The ancestor waved, dismissing them. His eyes, loaded with a cold and murderous beauty, shone with lethal intent. I thought I could not kill him in the original universe. Who would have thought that the world of Jin would emerge right now? Here there exist countless beings capable of eliminating you, Luo Feng. Do not blame me. Blame only your inheritance from the Eastern Broken River. In the virtual universe at the top of Thunder Island, Luo Feng met his master. Teacher, Luo Feng. Seated face to face, the young man reported calmly, I completed a disaster-level mission and accumulated enormous military merits. This guarantees me safety for a long period. Now I can dedicate myself to unraveling the secrets of the world of Jin as quickly as possible. The Lord of the City of Chaos nodded proudly. You are the first of our human race to enter. The weight on your shoulders is immense. The entire cosmos has turned its eyes to the world of Jin. The news from the first batch of explorers is too tempting. Luo Feng understood perfectly. The primitive universe, the other cycles of reincarnation, the two Holy Land universes, all forces concentrated their attention there. The possibility of transcending reincarnation, the supreme treasures, the true god armors, the flow mechanical treasures, all of this represented an irresistible temptation. For now, the other three Jedi had lost their shine. The original will of the original universe even sought me through the ancestors, commented Luo Feng with a smile. I am at an advantage. With so many merits, I can acquire supreme treasures and send them back after this era. The Lord of the City of Chaos was visibly satisfied. The world of Jin was the ultimate battlefield. The expansion of human territory depended on the technological superiority and resources obtained there. The more geniuses emerged and the stronger the race became, the greater the chances of surpassing the two Holy Lands. Teacher, I will first go to the armament point. I believe that through it, I will be able to unravel many mysteries of this world. Afterward, I will tell you everything. Go, but never lower your guard. The world of Jin is much more dangerous than our universe. Luo Feng agreed. Even immersed in the adventures of Jinji, he maintained frequent contact with his master and followed the movements of the cosmic sea. For now, everything remained calm. All powers waited anxiously. Back at the barracks of the Eastern Army, in the camp of the Menghe Army, Luo Feng and Wu He arrived almost at the same time. Yin He. Wu He flew after him, wings on his neck fluttering, agitated. I brought all the treasures. Give me at least one true god corpse. Luo Feng responded in a provocative tone. Do not worry. First I will go to the armament point. When I return, we will have a proper conversation. Wu He swallowed hard, reluctant. He knew that after visiting the hall, Luo Feng would understand better the true value of the corpses and would squeeze him without mercy. Even so, he did not dare contest. He forced a smile, all right. Wait until you return from the armament point. Just do not forget to reserve one for me. His greatest fear was that Luo Feng would exchange all the corpses for merits, condemning him to execution by the army and by the fury of his father. Do not worry, responded Luo Feng before departing. With a light heart, he crossed the camp, admiring the imposing landscape of the barracks. Finally, he arrived at the Grand Armament Point Hall. Armament Point. The ancient building emanated ancestral majesty. Luo Feng recalled the rules. It was allowed to exchange treasures before or after completing a mission, but never during. He crossed the gate with firm steps. The instant he crossed the entrance space and time distorted. Luo Feng felt as if he had entered another universe. A vast world opened before him, populated by countless sergeants. Each of them confronted a golden figure. More magical than the virtual universe, he murmured, impressed. A golden figure condensed before him, enveloped in intense light, the face completely hidden. Sergeant of the Menghe Army, you possess an active mission and cannot perform exchanges at the armament point, declared the entity. Luo Feng smiled confidently and responded, my mission was completed. With a gesture, he manifested a colossal true god corpse of an alien beast, almost 1,000,000 kilometers in length. The sudden appearance of the gigantic body shocked the nearby sergeants, the majority of them lawmasters. The crushing weight of a true god's aura filled the environment, revealing how extraordinary the feat of that recruit was. Luo Feng had returned victorious, carrying not only merits, but a power that was beginning to echo through the corners of the barracks. While forces like the Holy Land of the Purple Moon plotted in the shadows and Wu He trembled with anxiety, the young man with black hair took another firm step toward the heart of the mysteries of the world of Jin. In the interior of the majestic armament point hall, the air carried the weight of ancestral secrets. Luo Feng, with unshakable determination, presented the colossal corpse of the true god alien beast, an immense mass of almost 1,000,000 kilometers that made the ground tremble upon touching the floor. The gigantic tail almost brushed a nearby sergeant, drawing exclamations of astonishment from those present, the majority lawmasters. The golden figure in front of him radiated an intense light that swept over the fallen body. After a brief analysis, it declared with authority, confirmed. Corpse of the true god of the Nine Smokes. Mission completed. 10,000 military merits credited. Luo Feng felt a slight shock. The army had identified the origin with a simple inspection. The control of the Jin world over its domains was truly frightening. The entity continued. You can use these merits to exchange for weapons, mechanical treasures, inheritances, or any item from the list. If you possess other treasures, you can also donate them to the army in exchange for more merits. A vast curtain of light materialized in front of Luo Feng, displaying detailed catalogs. Without hesitation, he asked, I want basic information about each level of true god. The golden figure responded, there are 3 information packages, with different degrees of depth and secrecy. The costs are 100, 500, or 3,000 military merits. Even introductory information required a high price. A disaster-level mission yielded only 10,000. Luo Feng, however, did not hesitate. I want the most complete package. Merits deducted, 3,000. 7,000 remain. You will only be able to access the content here, the figure informed. Immediately, a torrent of text appeared on the luminous curtain, hundreds of millions of characters, visible only to Luo Feng. He immersed himself in the reading with eagerness. The information revealed the fundamental structure of cultivation in the Jin world. From birth, creatures began below immortality. Common maturity equated to the immortal level, while geniuses could reach it in a few years. Immortals, universe lords, and law lords possessed divine bodies. Their energy and vital mark merged completely. Losing divine power meant losing vital marks, drastically impacting strength. Destroying 50% of the divine body resulted in 90% power loss, the great weakness of lives with divine bodies. Upon becoming a true god, a return to the origin occurred. reborn as a primordial life. If the existence was of flesh and blood, it continued as such. If metallic, it remained metallic. The body and soul, previously fused, separated again. The energy of the true God resided in the flesh itself. Each particle of the body could convert into destructive power. The soul, in turn, hid in the true God heart, a secret space connected to the external small universe. This connection allowed absorbing energy from the small universe instantly, no matter the distance, replenishing consumption in combat. There were three main ways to kill a true God. The first, completely destroy the body and the hidden space at the physical level. The second, attack the soul directly. The third, more common, repeated impacts that exceeded the body's resistance, transmitting shocks to the true God heart until its disintegration. A stronger body minimized these internal impacts. Therefore, physical defense became crucial. Unlike previous phases, the energy consumption of a true God had minimal effect on its strength, since the divine power burned did not contain the soul mark. Every true God possessed a small universe, evolved naturally from the God kingdom, not created by personal insight. The path ahead required deep understanding of universal evolution. Upon mastering the void with a thought, the true God of the void was born. Continuing the refinement, one reached the extreme, creating a small universe instantly with a mere thought. That was the eternal true God. Luo Feng noticed the difference in relation to his own secret I am the universe, which was simpler. The small universe of an eternal God served mainly as a battlefield, with limited size, but granted absolute authority within it. A thought was enough to transport enemies tens of thousands of light years away, where the eternal reigned supreme. Its power swept any true God of the void. Only 4 eternal true gods existed in the entire Jin world. The 4 supreme generals of the Eastern, Western, Northern, and Southern armies. They commanded the entire world and possessed supreme status. If other void gods broke through to this level, they could leave the Jin world freely to fight in the name of His Majesty, the God-King. Common sergeants needed royal summons. Luo Feng reflected with a silent sigh. If the God-King still lives, these Eternals would fight for him. But that gigantic humanoid creature fallen in the cosmic sea suggests that the king fell long ago. According to the original will of the original universe, any being that leaves the Jin world perishes. Even those who reach the eternal level would probably be annihilated when trying to leave. In the Jin world, the true gods of the void dominated entire regions, while the Eternals represented the absolute pinnacle, acting as great ministers under the king. Even among existences of the same level, there were abysses of power. The small universe was the base of everything. Upon becoming a true god, the old god kingdom transformed into a small universe with an initial fixed diameter of 100 million light years. The true disparity arose when advancing to true god of the void. The internal structure determined the result of the transformation. Some reached 1.8 billion, others 2.5 billion or even 5 billion light years. The minimum diameter for a void was 1 billion, and it could reach tens of billions. Luo Feng mentally compared. The Purple Moon Holy Land universe measured 2.1 billion light years, while the Eastern Emperors reached 3.2 billion. This confirmed that both ancestors were true gods of the void. The small universe served as an inexhaustible source of pure energy, without vital mark, allowing successive advances. Each breakthrough, from true to void, or from void to eternal, required transformation of the small universe. If the warrior died, the universe collapsed naturally. However, if the small universe was destroyed while the strong one still lived, he would lose the ability to break future barriers, regardless of his understanding. Destroying the small universe of a true god required the full effort of a powerful void god. To eliminate that of a void god, only an eternal god would have a chance. There were no records of destruction of small universes of Eternals. In addition, in the Jin world, all small universes of the powerful were protected in the core of the world by the God-King, making them practically unattackable. Luo Feng absorbed each revelation, feeling his understanding of the cosmos expand dramatically. Those remaining 7,000 merits seemed increasingly valuable. The path ahead revealed itself deeper and grander than he had imagined. While external forces like the Purple Moon Holy Land plotted his death in the shadows, he, bearer of the Donghua lineage, unraveled the pillars of power that sustained the Jin world. Each step at the armament point brought him closer to the core of this mysterious universe. The Yinhe recruit was no longer a simple soldier. He became an increasingly influential piece on the cosmic board, where ancient inheritances, eternal ambitions, and battles of universal scale would define the destiny of entire races. And Luo Feng was only beginning to comprehend the true magnitude of what it meant to be an eternal god. Deep within the depths of the Jinji world, Luo Feng confronts a truth that shakes even his unwavering determination. The three levels of true god, ordinary true god, void true god, and the supreme eternal true god, represent increasingly impossible barriers to overcome. Across the vast universe, only a few can reach the peak, and even within the Jinji world itself, eternal true gods exist in extremely limited numbers. Luo Feng absorbs every word of the ancient inheritance, feeling the immense cosmic weight of this journey. Strictly speaking, the path to becoming a true god is divided into two major routes: the law route, which is more accessible and common among the powerful, and the legendary divine power route. The latter is infinitely more difficult. While the law route allows for more stable advancements, choosing the divine power route means pursuing a radical genetic transformation of the divine body. And the third level of this path requires something almost mythical: reaching 90,000 times the original life gene level. This achievement is not merely a number, it is a living legend. Any true god capable of reaching 90,000 times the original life gene level could easily become a void true god, and even after becoming an eternal true god, they would not face insurmountable difficulties. The difficulty of achieving this rivals the very ascension to the eternal level. Luo Feng finishes reading in a single breath, but his brows furrow. He knows that time is merciless. This reincarnation era has an end. Can I reach 90,000 times before the end of this era? Luo Feng asks himself. Uncertainty fills his mind, but his resolve remains as firm as steel. Regardless, I will give it my all. Even if I cannot reach the absolute peak, at the final moment of this era, I will transform my divine body as much as possible. With a clear mind, he moves forward. The golden figure, the silent and patient guardian, immediately responds to his request. A vast curtain of light materializes, revealing a monumental list of inheritances, treasures, mechanical weapons, close combat techniques, and much more. The prices in military merits are astonishing: 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, and even special inheritances reserved only for elites. Luo Feng carefully examines the items with sharp eyes. He notices the second level of the divine power burning secret technique, accessible even to rulers, but requiring an astonishing 1 million military merits. The cost reflects the immeasurable value of these inheritances. True god-level battle armor requires around 10,000 merits. Weapons range from 2,000 to 1 million. True god-class warships begin at 50,000. Xeon palaces and soul treasures are even more expensive. With his 300,000 military merits earned through blood and effort, Luo Feng realizes that he can acquire several powerful items. However, he is not here merely to accumulate treasures. His three goals in the Jinji world are clear: gather materials from the corpse of a true god for his own transformation, uncover the secrets of this ancient world, and above all, find a powerful mechanical treasure capable of serving as his primary offensive weapon. He already possesses the Wuqi slaying feathers, which are perfect for support, and the tomb boat, which is unmatched in escape and defense. What he lacks is overwhelming offensive power. The curtain of light changes once again, displaying dozens of true god-level mechanical treasures. Each one comes with an image, a detailed description, advantages, and disadvantages. Luo Feng analyzes them with surgical precision. His eyes stop on a familiar item, the black cloud wing. He vividly remembers his confrontation against the captain in Nine Smokes. The treasure's ability to restrain and imprison opponents was terrifying. Even though it was only an ordinary true god-level mechanical treasure, its value was undeniable. He continues scrolling through the list. The prices rise from 100,000 to 300,000, then to 1 million, and even 3 million military merits. Mechanical treasures are incomparably more expensive than ordinary weapons. Then one item captures all of his attention: a massive two-handed sword, imposing, beautiful, and domineering. Mist Blade, a normal true god-level mechanical treasure. Cost, 320,000 military merits. Its main advantage: the Mist Core transforms divine power into devastating offensive power. Its disadvantage: extremely high energy consumption. Luo Feng feels his heart accelerate. It is a blade weapon, perfectly matching his combat style. It is sufficient for the period before transcending reincarnation. Afterwards, it could be passed down to the human race. However, he realizes it overlaps with his blood shadow blade and continues forward. Rarer treasures begin to appear. Mechanical warships with active offensive power, comparable to the tomb boat itself. But it is the final item on the list that causes Luo Feng to hold his breath. Wu Qi God. A true god-level mechanical treasure. An orphan treasure personally created by His Majesty the King. Unique in the entire universe. Price, 30 million military merits. Only true gods or sealed rulers possess the authority to exchange for it. Menghe army soldiers like Luo Feng do not even have permission. Its advantages are overwhelming. 1. Superhuman defense. Made from precious materials personally selected by the king, even an eternal true god cannot destroy it. 2. Unparalleled attack power. 3. Extreme speed and evasion ability. Its structure resembles an agile monkey with a streamlined body and a flexible tail, a living combat machine, explosive and fluid. Its disadvantage is equally enormous. The divine power consumption is so high that the body of an ordinary true god would be drained within moments. Luo Feng, a deep expert in the ancient civilization, immediately understands the value of this treasure. Wu Qi God represents the peak of the monomer flow, nearly perfect in every aspect except for its devastating energy consumption. Unlike the Wu Qi slaying feathers, which serve as an auxiliary weapon, this is a true, complete combat body. 30 million military merits. Luo Feng feels his chest tighten. Even if he managed to accumulate such a fortune, he would still lack the authority of a sealed existence. Since its creation, Wu Qi God has never been exchanged. The king disappeared countless eras ago, and the Jinji world uses this mechanism to filter out the most exceptional beings. No ordinary true god has ever been considered worthy. Curious and restless, Luo Feng asks about the meaning of sealed. The information costs 500 merits, but it is worth every one of them. Being sealed is the supreme glory. After reaching extreme excellence, a powerful being can receive the seal of the character Jin. This honor elevates their status above almost everyone else. Within the Jinji world, only 4 generals possess this distinction, placing them above all void true gods. An eternal true god is automatically sealed. For a void true god, the chance is 1 in a million. And for an ordinary true god, since the creation of Wu Qi God, not a single one has ever received the seal. Luo Feng remains silent, processing the vastness of this cosmic hierarchy. The path ahead is far more difficult and glorious than he had imagined. Wu Qi God is not merely a treasure, it is a beacon of possibility, a symbol of what the truly exceptional can aspire to achieve. As the golden figure watches him expressionlessly, Luo Feng feels the fire of ambition burning even stronger. The universe is vast, the eras are approaching their end, and Luo Feng has only just begun to uncover his true potential. After learning about the legendary Wu Qi God, he dives into the explanation of the greatest privilege granted to the strongest, the seal. Since the creation of the Wu Qi God by the God-King, no ordinary true god has ever received this honor. The seal raises one's status beyond imagination, placing the bearer on equal footing with the 4 supreme generals of the world of Jinji. More than just prestige, it provides tangible benefits, such as direct access to priceless treasures. However, the requirements are so strict that countless geniuses have failed throughout the ages. Luo Feng, confident in his potential as the successor of the broken Donghua lineage, directly asks the golden figure, "Is there any mission to obtain the seal?" The answer comes cold and straightforward. There are 2 paths. The first one is extraordinary. 2 conditions must be fulfilled simultaneously. The first condition, become a true god through the divine power route, reaching exactly 90,000 times the life gene level. And, most importantly, he cannot advance immediately. He must first present himself before the 4 generals for joint verification. The second condition, solve all 10,081 basic chambers of the Rhinoceros Bureau in a single attempt. If both requirements are fulfilled, the seal will be granted immediately afterward. The status would be identical to that of the 4 generals, with privileges that would place the bearer at the peak of the ancient civilization. Luo Feng is stunned. These requirements are absurd. Reaching 90,000 times the life gene level alone is already a legend comparable to ascending to eternal God. Solving 10,081 chambers in one attempt while still being a lord of laws? Even the greatest geniuses of the Donghua lineage could never achieve such a feat. Who created these rules? The God-King himself. Luo Feng shakes his head, filled with both admiration and disbelief. If someone truly fulfilled these requirements, their future would be limitless. Becoming an eternal god would be within reach, and perhaps even the title of a new God-King. But the probability was almost non-existent. Fortunately, the God-King had anticipated this extreme difficulty and created a second path, the title mission. Any Lord of Laws can register. When the mission period begins, the contents are revealed. After completing it, the seal is granted. Each era only has one mission of this kind. To attempt it again, one must wait until the next era. The mortality rate, approximately 90%. Among the 10% who survive by luck, not a single person has ever completed the mission throughout countless eras. Sergeants from the 4 armies, East, West, South, and North, compete together. Luo Feng feels a chill. Missions with such a terrifying death rate and 0 successful completions. What could possibly be so dangerous and extraordinary? The golden figure warns him. As a newly arrived sergeant, it would be better to complete several reincarnation missions and temper himself before attempting to register. Luo Feng nods, remembering the advice, but the flame of ambition inside him is already burning stronger. In a vast and peaceful lake, a winged figure floats anxiously, occasionally flapping his wings while staring toward the horizon. It is Wu He, son of Master Beizhenhai, waiting with increasing urgency. Why hasn't he returned yet? It's already past the time. Finally, a silhouette appears in the distance. With a teleportation, Luo Feng crosses the lake and arrives at the island. Wu He flies toward him, excited and relieved. Milky Way! Milky Way! Luo Feng smiles calmly. Don't worry, let's talk. They land on the island. Wu He praises the natural and charming arrangement of the place, trying to create a favorable atmosphere. Luo Feng, direct as always, reveals that he has kept a portion of the true god corpses for him. But everything depends on Wu He's attitude. Without hesitation, Luo Feng demands treasures. Wu He begins presenting his possessions, sweating nervously. First, a true god-level battle armor, slightly superior to the standard equipment of the Manghe army. Luo Feng barely reacts. Next, an ancient golden true god-class warship, a valuable treasure for escaping. Luo Feng remains expressionless, although he is secretly satisfied. An item like this is worth at least 50,000 military merits. The negotiation was going well. Wu He, becoming more nervous, offers a bracelet containing weapons and armor collected from Juyanzi, all at the Lord of Laws level. Even so, Luo Feng is still unimpressed. Milky Way. Is this almost enough? Wu He asks with a pitiful expression. It's not enough, Luo Feng replies coldly. Wu He hesitates. He knows Luo Feng does not believe that the son of Beizhenhai would leave home carrying so little. His family is powerful. There must definitely be more. That is exactly Luo Feng's plan. Pressure Wu He into returning to Beizhenhai and bringing more treasures before the end of the first reincarnation era. It would be a waste not to make the most of this connection. Finally, Wu He grits his teeth. Milky Way. I brought a special treasure with me when I left. I can give it to you, but the warship must be returned. Luo Feng's eyes shine with genuine interest. If Wu He was willing to negotiate away the warship, then this treasure had to be even more valuable. Show me, Luo Feng orders, his gaze sharp and intense. Under pressure, Wu He finally reveals his trump card. The atmosphere on the island becomes filled with anticipation. Luo Feng, always calculating, sees this exchange as more than just resources for his evolution. It is a strategic opportunity to strengthen his position in the army and accelerate his journey toward the seal. As the negotiation continues, the weight of the previous revelations hangs over Luo Feng. The seal is not just a simple title, it is the key to treasures like the Wookiee god and a status that few would even dare to dream of. But to obtain it, he will have to overcome challenges that destroyed countless geniuses before him. The reincarnation era moves forward relentlessly. Time is running out. Luo Feng feels that every decision, every trade, and every step brings him closer to a transformation that could shake the balance of power throughout the entire universe. On his isolated island, Luo Feng completes a transaction that reshapes his arsenal. Under the tense gaze of Wu He, the son of Master Beizhenhai, the most valuable treasure is finally revealed. The negotiation ends. Wu He receives a true god corpse and quickly leaves, relieved. Luo Feng, satisfied, shakes his head. Worthy of the heir of a great power. The deal had been extremely profitable. Wu He had handed over a true god-level battle armor, a massive collection of armor and weapons for Lords of Laws, and the main prize, the Brazed 7 flying armor, a medium-level mechanical treasure specialized in survival. Its greatest advantage was its ability to constantly change directions and evade attacks with extraordinary skill, making it ideal for escaping from chaotic battles. At the armament point, it was worth 120,000 military merits, but Wu He had obtained it for less. Luo Feng understands the desperation of the other party. Trapped in a disastrous mission without access to the armament point during the task, Wu He had no choice but to negotiate. With more than 30 true god corpses in his possession, Luo Feng is in no hurry. Other sergeants from the group contact him desperately, offering complete submission and promises of future loyalty in exchange for a single corpse. Luo Feng responds with calculated coldness, a treasure worth 100,000 military merits in exchange for the corpse of an exotic beast. Nothing less. He owes nothing to those who, in the beginning, cared little about his survival. If they can contribute to the strengthening of the human race, then that is fine. Otherwise, they must face their own fate. 1 year passes, then another. No transaction is completed. The frustrated and impoverished sergeants begin cursing Luo Feng. He completely ignores them. His priority is clear: accumulate strength. In the 3rd year after completing the mission, Luo Feng returns to the armament point. He exchanges the Brazed 7 flying armor and the remaining 33 corpses for military merits. Then he makes a major investment: Golden Claw God, a mechanical treasure costing 400,000 military merits. With the remaining merits, he purchases a true god-level Supreme Xeon Domain treasure for 30,000 military merits. Back on the island, inside the Stonehouse corridor, Luo Feng looks at the golden sculpture in front of him. Unlike the unreachable Wookiee god, the Golden Claw God is a more accessible version of the single mechanical flow concept. Even so, it is still infinitely superior to Wu's Slaying Feathers or the Black Cloud Wing. Defense, attack, and speed, all of them are powerful. There are no obvious weaknesses. A perfect balance for his current stage. Luo Feng activates the treasure. Golden light flows like living mercury, instantly covering his body. The standard armor of the Mankei army is pushed away. In its place appears a golden humanoid monster, a fierce mask, hands and feet shaped like sharp claws, a triangular head, and a wild, oppressive aura radiating from its body. He feels the power. It is like wearing a Xeon armor, but far beyond that. Burn divine power. The burning divine power merges into the structure of the Golden Claw God. The internal secret patterns are incredibly complex. Luo Feng needs more than 3 days of intense study to fully master its control. In the end, he identifies 5 main hubs, 1 on the back, 2 on the shoulders, and 2 on the knees. The transformation begins. Golden filament-like energy flows throughout the entire mechanical body, merging perfectly with it. The power erupts. Luo Feng tests a simple attack. His ordinary 9th level strike, amplified by the treasure, reaches the 11th level. A leap of 2 complete stages. The difference is enormous. In the universe where each level represents an abyss-like gap in strength, this increase transforms Luo Feng into an existence capable of facing threats far beyond his previous limits. He now understands why the records of ancient civilizations revere mechanical flow treasures. An ordinary powerhouse, by using one, can unleash power far beyond their natural limits. In Luo Feng's case, the Golden Claw God places him at the peak of the known universe, stronger than the original ancestor at his prime, who did not master the technique of burning divine power, nor possess such mechanical treasures. With this treasure, who in the universe can be my opponent? The excitement is genuine. Luo Feng immerses himself in rigorous training within the tomb ship's inheritance space. Each session deepens his mastery. He begins imagining even greater scenarios. Masses of true gods controlling collective mechanical treasures. Millions of them united could even pursue an eternal true god. The military potential on a cosmic scale is terrifying. Time moves forward relentlessly. After approximately 5,600 years in the world of Jinji, Wu He returns to the island, visibly excited. Milky Way, did you hear? The captain and the others have returned. Luo Feng is surprised. Almost half an era has passed. Wu He calmly explains what happened. The 3 sergeant teams suffered devastating losses. More than half were killed. Even Yu Luo, the leader of one of the groups, had perished. Only Kufa survived by luck. The captain, cruel as always, forced them into extreme situations and apparently gained enormous benefits from the disastrous mission. The two recruits, Luo Feng and Wu He, escaped unharmed. Some survivors, filled with hatred, fly above Luo Feng's island and shout insults at him. He ignores them. If they had witnessed his true power against the true god, they would never dare to act this way. But only the captain had witnessed it, and he kept the secret. Some sergeants hate him, others avoid him, some try to get closer. Luo Feng remains indifferent. He is only a visitor in this world. His goal is clear. In the following years, he applies for the title mission. The Supreme Seal attracts him. Despite the 90% mortality rate and the history of 0 successes, Luo Feng believes in himself. As an elite among the sergeants, surviving should be possible, and he cannot give up the chance to try. Time flows on. In the blink of an eye, the first reincarnation era in the world of Jinji comes to an end. Luo Feng feels the weight of every decision. The Golden Claw God marks a real evolution in his combat power. The seal remains a distant but tangible goal. As the forces of the universe ocean enter the world of Jinji, the balance of power will change. However, Luo Feng is already several steps ahead. What will the new era bring? Will the title mission finally approach, and with it, the true test of his cosmic ambition? Luo Feng's journey toward the peak continues, more intense and relentless than ever before. In the vast cosmic sea, where the waves of chaos still echoed after countless ages of turmoil, the gigantic humanoid creatures remained as silent sentinels. But the true titans among the supreme powers had already arrived. Streams of multicolored light streaked across the void, piercing the enormous bodies of those ancient beings, restoring and strengthening what time and endless battles had worn away. Outside the miniature universe known as the world of Jin, palaces and treasures floated like artificial stars. They embodied the accumulated power of the 3 great reincarnation eras of the universe and the 2 Holy Lands. The first era had been nothing more than a cautious expedition. Now the time had come for the true full-scale invasion. At the center of that constellation of power, a majestic 9-story tower radiated brilliance. From within it, the steady voice of Yuhai Luo Feng echoed outward. His newly formed clone, which had reached the perfect genetic level, possessed divine power comparable to both his earth body and his golden-horned beast clone. It was an extraordinary evolution. His divine bodies now operated in perfect harmony, with reserves of divine power that elevated him to an entirely new level. The world of Jin is filled with deadly dangers. Follow me, and I'll take you straight to the East Army headquarters. Once we're there, you'll all enlist in the army. The danger is real. I don't need to emphasize that. Once you're inside, your survival depends on you alone. The universe masters around him nodded solemnly. Among them was Chaos City Lord, who quietly stepped closer. Luo Feng, this time, 36 universe masters from the Hong Alliance will be entering. Guide them through the beginning. After that, focus on your own survival. That's what matters most. Luo Feng smiled, understanding the genuine concern. Suddenly, the outer membrane of the miniature universe shifted to pure white. The barriers had been reduced to a minimum. The path was open. We can enter. The 4th Jedi is accessible. To the world of Jin! Entire palaces plunged through the barrier, descending like controlled meteors. At the same time, streams of light emerged from within, proof that the pioneers of the first wave were still alive. The tomb ship, massive and silver, accelerated forward. Yuhai Luo Feng gave the order. The 36 universe masters of the Hong Alliance left the Star Tower and boarded the ship, leaving only Luo Feng and Chaos City Lord inside the tower. At that very moment, Luo Feng's divine body rapidly weakened, dropping to roughly 80% of its full strength. What happened? Chaos City Lord asked in alarm. I'm replenishing myself using my divine bodies inside the world of Jin, Luo Feng replied with a smile. Killing the alien beast. True God during the second phase of destruction consumed an enormous amount of divine power. But now, with my golden-horned beast clone nearby, divine power naturally flows back to me. Even inside the world of Jin, where replenishing divine power is extremely difficult, I can still maintain my peak condition. This ability to burn divine power, combined with a supreme Xeon attack treasure, allowed Luo Feng to unleash combat power 10 times greater than before, even within the cosmic sea, power comparable to that of the original ancestor. It completely transformed the scale of his strength. What had once demanded overwhelming effort was now fully under his control, opening the door to far bolder strategies. Meanwhile, aboard a dazzling golden warship, Rampage Demon God proudly boasted to his old friend, Master Bei Cao. "I've obtained a brand new Supreme Xeon treasure. Now I can destroy anything, just like I destroyed that true god. This is my power now." A lone wanderer by nature, Rampage Demon God openly flaunted his newfound strength. Even the Divine Eye clan, after having one of its ships struck by his warship, could do nothing but swallow its anger. No one wanted to provoke someone who now roamed the cosmic sea with such overwhelming arrogance and power. Aboard the tomb ship, Luo Feng led the 36 Universe Masters. With a single command, the vessel tore through the void and entered the world of Jin. Not far behind, a pitch-black warship carried nearly 100 Universe Masters from the Purple Moon Holy Land. Its four-armed leader, clad in black armor, roared, "The Ancestors' order is absolute. Kill Luo Feng! We'll use the army to destroy his soul. Without a soul, every one of his clones will perish. There will be no chance of resurrection. Find him first." They knew Luo Feng had headed toward the East Army's territory. Even so, they divided their forces, sending 20 Universe Masters to each of the four main armies, ensuring complete coverage. The Purple Moon Holy Land had no intention of letting the Galaxy Lord escape. The arrival of these great forces was silent, like water poured into an endless ocean, subtle yet capable of unimaginable devastation. During the First Era, only a handful had survived. Now, armed with far more accurate information, every faction was sending thousands of Universe Masters, preparing for the peak conflict that would come in the Third Era. At the Eastern Army Camp, within the Manghe Army Camp, a familiar voice rang out. "Galaxy! Galaxy!" Luo Feng stepped out of his stone residence. High above, the Wuhe beast hovered excitedly. "The sergeants are ready for this era's mission. The 9 new recruits from the previous era will be joining us as well. Let's go!" Now much closer to Luo Feng after everything they had been through together, Wuhe explained the current situation. The squad had suffered devastating losses during the disaster-level mission and desperately needed reinforcements. But Luo Feng gave him advance warning. "This time I won't be fighting alongside you." Wuhe looked confused but didn't press the matter. The upcoming missions were supposed to be much easier, or so everyone believed. On basic Inheritance Island, the tension was unmistakable. The captain and several veterans looked at Luo Feng with barely concealed hostility, while the 9 new recruits watched him with curiosity. Ignoring the captain entirely, Luo Feng addressed the newcomers directly. "Kufa is trustworthy. If you want, follow her. But the captain? If you don't want to die, stay as far away from him as possible." The captain turned pale. He knew exactly how powerful Luo Feng had become. He had witnessed it during the previous mission. Those enormous military merits, along with the flood of mechanical treasures Luo Feng had obtained, had transformed him into a terrifying force. Deep down, the captain feared confronting him. After a full day of travel, the 6th Squad arrived at the Hall of Evil. A beam of light enveloped everyone. Most of them received simple assignments. Luo Feng, however, was given something entirely different. His eyes shone with surprise and anticipation. Valley of the Gods, the place where their majesties the gods resided. His new mission would take him straight into the heart of one of the greatest mysteries within the world of Jin. The mission details appeared before him, clear and merciless. Location, Valley of Kings. Objective, enter Wuki Tower, the 9-story structure where the great King of Kings once resided and where the Wuki god was forged. Climb to the 9th floor, reach the summit, and obtain the seal. The reward was incredibly tempting. 10,000 military merits simply for returning alive, along with a seal whose benefits were described as limitless. There was no formal penalty for failure, but reality was far more brutal. The mortality rate exceeded 90%. Even masters who had comprehended the primary laws of the 4 armies, armed with palace-type Xeon treasures and mechanical streams, fell in overwhelming numbers. The absence of punishment was an illusion. Death was the true consequence. Luo Feng carefully absorbed every detail. "Don't get careless," he reminded himself. Losing the Golden Claw God, the Tomb Ship, the Blood Shadow Blade, or the Mana River Army battle armor to someone else was simply unacceptable. His divine body had now reached the perfect genetic level, and his ability to control multiple clones gave him a unique advantage. Even so, He knew that Wuki Tower tested far more than raw strength. Nearby, the captain tried to rally the squad with a confident tone. This mission is simple. As long as the recruits don't interfere, everything will go smoothly. The veterans quickly echoed his words, putting pressure on the newcomers. But Kufa answered coldly. Last time, during the disaster-level mission, following you nearly got us all killed. Haven't you learned anything? I teamed up with Yu Lo to survive. Abandon my allies? Don't count on me. Standing beside Luo Feng, Wu He immediately declared, I'm going with Kufa and the others. The split was inevitable. The 9 recruits hesitated, sensing the hostility between Luo Feng and the captain. Calmly, Luo Feng reinforced his warning. If you want to stay alive, follow Kufa. At least she doesn't have the power to abandon you, even if she wanted to. One by one, the recruits moved over to Kufa's side. The balance of power within the squad shifted. The captain and his loyal followers were now outnumbered. Yinhe, are you trying to make an enemy of the captain? Several sergeants shouted. Luo Feng turned toward them, his gaze unwavering. Is he worthy of that? The captain's face turned pale, but he said nothing. Deep down, the fear he felt toward Luo Feng, after witnessing his true strength and the staggering military merits from the previous mission, kept him from making a move. Without wasting another second, Luo Feng briefly said goodbye to Kufa and Wu He before flying alone toward the nearby spatial wormhole. Kufa and Wu He followed shortly afterward. The captain watched in silence, ordering the rest of the squad to move out. His subordinates whispered among themselves, stunned by the unusual passivity of their normally arrogant leader. The first seeds of doubt about Yinhe's true strength had already begun to grow. Outside the military camp, in a region filled with countless spatial wormhole exits, activity was at its peak. Sergeants poured out in waves, formed teams, activated warships, and departed on missions throughout the world of Jin. A new era had begun in complete chaos. Hidden nearby, 10 universe masters from the Purple Moon Holy Land watched every movement. They knew this was when traffic was heaviest. There was a high probability that Luo Feng would appear. The ancestors' orders were crystal clear. Observe. Confirm. Do not act recklessly. Look, the Ochre Blood Army. Over there. A special army. Luo Feng has to be in one of them. Finally, a group emerged from one of the wormholes. They were wearing Python River Army armor. 6 of the 10 universe masters immediately focused their attention. Luo Feng walked alongside Kufa and Wu He, chatting casually. I have important matters to take care of. Galaxy, why don't you stay with us? The conversation was completely open, without secret voice transmission. But even from a great distance, the Purple Moon Holy Land's universe masters could read their lips with superhuman precision. Galaxy! That single word changed everything. Luo Feng's slightly altered appearance, his modified skin, and even his helmet could no longer conceal his identity. One of the universe masters, disguised as an ordinary gray-armored sergeant, quietly approached. Luo Feng frowned as he sensed a familiar aura. He recognized it instantly. A universe master from the Purple Moon Holy Land. What a coincidence, he thought. But he remained perfectly calm. The rules of the world of Jin were enforced by the military itself. Outside forces could not openly attack within its territory. The gray-armored sergeant confirmed the truth. It was Luo Feng's Earth body. The report was transmitted immediately. Inside the Purple Moon Holy Land universe, within the Grand Central Hall, the ancestor, a towering figure enveloped in a violet aura, received the report from the 10 kneeling universe masters. Confirmed. It's Luo Feng. His identity here is Yinhe, a sergeant of the Manghe army. Very good. The ancestor nodded with satisfaction. Determining his brigade and exact squad would now be simple. His next order was precise and deadly. Do not attack yet. Wait until Luo Feng returns to the military camp. The moment he comes back, begin the massacre. If we strike too early, we could alert the Hong Alliance and give him a chance to escape. Once he's back inside the camp, he'll be trapped. There will be no way out. The universe masters answered in unison, their voices filled with respect and anticipation. Meanwhile, Luo Feng pushed his warship to maximum speed as it raced through space toward the Valley of Kings and the towering Wuki Tower. He carried the burden of a mission that had already claimed the lives of countless lawmasters. The seal on the 9th floor represented an unimaginable leap in power. But the path leading there was paved with cosmic traps capable of challenging even the most prepared experts. Created by the King of Kings, Wuki Tower concealed secrets powerful enough to reshape the balance of power throughout the universe. And Luo Feng, With his continuously evolving divine body, his increasingly refined techniques, and his razor-sharp strategic mind, advanced fully aware that every step forward increased not only his own strength, but also the stakes for the entire Hong alliance. Yet, deep within the shadows, the Purple Moon Holy Land continued weaving its web. The deadliest hunter now knew exactly where its prey would return. As the tomb ship tore through space toward the Valley of Kings, an awe-inspiring sight dominated the horizon in the distant primal universe, within humanity's most secret territory. The endless isolated sea stretched endlessly into the distance. Its waters had expanded far beyond what they had been during the war against the Coalition camp more than 8 million years earlier. Its diameter now exceeded 2 light-years, forming a colossal divine mass that inspired both awe and fear in everyone who beheld it. Ships carrying world masters and immortals sailed across its tranquil waters. Every traveler stared in amazement. So this is the endless isolated sea, one of the legendary Galaxy Lord's clones. They say that during the war, not even 1,000 universe lords could destroy it. A divine body this enormous. How long would it take to burn it away completely? The legend of Luo Feng fueled the fighting spirit of the entire human race. Under deliberate guidance, each new generation of geniuses grew up remembering 2 towering pillars: Chaos City Lord and the Galaxy Lord. Together, they embodied humanity's invincibility and hope within the primal universe. Deep within the endless isolated sea lay a vacuum region spanning tens of billions of kilometers in diameter, a perfect sphere where not a single drop of water could enter. Countless materials collected by Luo Feng floated within it: rare metals, precious minerals, unique soils, extraordinary liquids, fragments of corpses from beings of the primal universe, the universe ocean, and even the world of Jin. There were drops of blood, scales, and strands of hair from true gods, including materials expelled from killing Wu Yuyi's white wings. It was his secret laboratory for creating life. Luo Feng continuously used his innate secret technique to analyze everything within a unique realm that revealed the most fundamental structure of existence itself. His objective was simple: to understand the differences between the life structure of a universe lord and that of a true god, then reorganize his own genetic structure accordingly. For a very long time, he had remained trapped at the bottleneck of the perfect genetic level. Samples taken from true gods were extraordinarily complex, but they also offered invaluable insights. Within the world of Jin, inside a cultivation space where time flowed tens of thousands of times faster, the golden horned beast clone worked tirelessly. Divine power decompose. The beast's claw dissolved into pure divine power. Life reorganize. Luo Feng manipulated the most fundamental structure of life itself, reshaping it like a cosmic surgeon. Every attempt was another plunge into the mysteries of life's origin, a path that also deepened his understanding of secret techniques and the evolution of the universe. Failure after failure. Hundreds of millions of theories put to the test. But with the new blood scales and strands of hair from true gods brought back from the world of Jin, the possibilities multiplied. Then, after 160 years inside the accelerated cultivation space, equivalent to only a few days in the outside world, the breakthrough finally arrived. Life, reorganize. The internal structure of his divine power changed. The transformation stabilized. Luo Feng could feel the new composition pulsing with a sharp, aggressive energy, as though it were ready to strike at any moment. 16,000 times the genetic level. Success. He had finally broken through the bottleneck of the perfect genetic level. Without hesitation, he gave the next command. Divine body, reorganize! The golden horned beast completely dissolved into divine power before reforming itself. Its aura became visibly stronger. Inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng's earth body underwent the same transformation. Its genetic level surged to 16,000 times, dramatically increasing the quality of its divine power. Although the size of each divine body temporarily dropped to about 60% of its original volume, the golden horned beast clone instantly replenished the lost divine power, restoring both bodies to their peak condition. This evolution represented a genuine leap in his overall strength. Previously, the perfect divine body had been the ultimate limit. Now, Luo Feng had stepped onto an entirely higher level, where every unit of divine power possessed far greater density and potential. It brought him closer to the first stage of a true god, the 30,000 times genetic level, where a divine body could expand to 10 times its original height. More importantly, his divine kingdom, which was directly connected to the strength of his divine body, was now ready to expand and transform into a miniature universe at any moment, allowing Luo Feng to step into the realm of a true god. A smile spread across his face as he felt the surging vitality within him. With these samples, I reached 16,000 times almost immediately. The next breakthrough will come. Although he was still far from the ideal requirements for maximizing his power, this advancement had already strengthened the foundation he would need for the trials ahead. The path of divine power had gained new momentum, opening the door to even more powerful secret techniques and a deeper understanding of the origin of life. Meanwhile, the tomb ship continued its voyage. Just 4 days after departing, Luo Feng was already approaching the vast continent that stood in the middle of the endless ocean, the Valley of Kings. The ancient continent rose majestically before him, shrouded in age-old mysteries. At the heart of the valley stood the 9-story Wuki Tower. Only the King of Kings had ever reached its summit. 90% of those who attempted the ascent had never returned. Luo Feng temporarily shifted his attention away from cultivation. The title mission demanded his complete focus. He carried with him the tomb ship, the Golden Claw God, and all the experience he had accumulated throughout countless battles. His divine body, now strengthened to a 16,000 times genetic level, pulsed with untapped potential. Yet unseen forces were already moving in the shadows. The Purple Moon Holy Land had confirmed his identity and was preparing a deadly trap for the moment he returned to the military camp. The Purple Ancestor waited patiently. Luo Feng landed his silver warship near the Valley of Kings. Before him lay the path to the seal on the 9th floor, a treasure capable of changing cosmic destinies. Behind him, the threat of assassination silently closed in. Every step forward would test not only the strength he possessed today, but also how much stronger he could become when faced with overwhelming danger. Far away in the primal universe, the endless isolated sea continued expanding in silence, a living symbol of Luo Feng's constant growth. What would he obtain inside Wuki Tower? Could he turn this new genetic breakthrough into a decisive advantage before his enemies made their move? The journey into the heart of the Valley of Kings had only just begun, and the universe itself seemed to hold its breath. If you're hyped for Luo Feng's Wuki Tower climb and want to see him crush his enemies with this insane new power, smash that like button, drop a comment with your predictions, and subscribe right now. Turn on the bell for daily Swallowed Star recaps the moment they drop. More Luo Feng, more epic battles, more power-ups. You don't want to miss what's coming next. Subscribe for more daily recaps.